now that the chief whip of the opposition has also taken a seat. Leadership is never late, but delayed.
Presiding officer.
The first item on the order paper is members' statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Yes, House Chair. Good afternoon, House Chair, members. The ANC has always believed that our relations with neighboring African countries bodes well for our collective development. Thus, we welcome the deepening of our economic and political relations with Uganda. President Ramaphosa hosted President Museveni on a state visit at the Union Buildings recently, and the visit was directed at consolidating bilateral relations between the two countries. The two heads of state held discussions encompassing political, economic, regional, continental, and international issues. A memoranda of understanding signed between the two countries were on the following: cooperation between the Industrial Development Corporation, Uganda Development Corporation, and Uganda Development Bank Limited, cooperation in tourism, cooperation in transport-related matters, cooperation in the field of information and communication technologies, cooperation in the field of correctional services and prisons, and cooperation in the fields of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We are also encouraged by the commitment made by the two presidents that they will find ways to resolve the issues that impede economic growth and development between the two countries, and have agreed that the trade ministers from the respective countries will engage to put in place a mechanism that will ensure matters such as protection of investments in our respective countries. House Chair, the ANC hopes these bilateral relations will grow from strength to strength, as we strongly believe in the development of our African continent.
Thank you very
Let
much.
me put on record, the ANC will win elections in 2024 and lead society going forward. Thank you, House Chair.
DA.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngaphambili. After the spirited opposition of the ANC last year during the votes on the Section 89 panel report, it then turned out that President Ramaphosa did not declare his cash in the couch dollars to SARS, as was revealed to the DA last week. The ANC has so far used every trick in the book to block Parliament from doing its job of holding the executive to account. When the allegations of illicit foreign currency at the president's private farm surfaced, instead of doing what is expected of this institution, oversight and accountability, the ANC shields government from scrutiny. The SARS customs policy on excess currency states that every person must declare foreign currency upon receipt or arrival in the country, and failure to adhere to this is an offense that may be prosecuted. It is now clear that President Ramaphosa did not declare this money. That is why the DA Chief Whip has tabled a draft resolution to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate not only the president, but all government departments. We hope the ANC will finally find its moral compass in this House and vote for accountability by supporting our call for an ad hoc committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chairperson, on the 20th of March, next week on Monday, the economic freedom fighters will lead a national shutdown to demand electricity and the reelection of Mr. Ramaphosa. Enough is enough. Now is the time to take action. We have made a call to all ground forces and fighters, progressive formations, the unemployed, the exploited, the young and the old women of our country to take to the streets and make our voices heard. Employment is too high, crime is too high, gender-based violence and femicide is high, corruption is out of control, The roads are full of potholes. Our people do not have food. We do not have electricity. The price of petrol is too high. Businesses are closing. Even the investors who love Mr. Ramaphosa is leaving South Africa. Our municipalities are collapsing. Our people do not have clean, drinkable water. Our children are drowning in petilatory toilets. We must all stand up and say enough is enough. The time to take action is now. Our voices will be heard and Mr. Ramaphosa will resign. No retreat, no surrender. A luta continua. Salute.
Thank you, honourable member.
Mandla.
ANC. ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC welcomed the recent unveiled First Home Finance, a program that seeks to help all qualifying beneficiaries who intend to buy or build their first home or properties. This program was unveiled by the National Housing Finance Corporation, one of the entities of the Department of Human Settlement. Depending on the monthly household income, government can fund a beneficiary up to 130.300. Eligible beneficiaries should earn between 3,501 and to 22,000 per month. First Home Finance replaces finance linked individual subsidy program and help me to buy a house. The qualification criteria for the first home finance have been revised to accommodate and assist with funding all qualifying South Africans who want to acquire their first homes. The revised program also caters for the beneficiaries who are not approved for the home areas and cities service side. We believe through the First Home Finance, thousands of public servants will be accommodated to acquire their first home. Working together, we can.
I'll take it from this side, House Chairperson.
Honourable, okay.
There has been an escalating crisis in South Africa for two municipalities by government entities. This places tremendous financial pressure on these municipalities to the point where service delivery breaks down. For several years, the government has failed to sufficiently address the root cause of unchecked expenditure by its department and entities, forcing the municipalities to shoulder the burden of this accumulated debt, which has escalated to sum of about 23 billion. As we are aware, municipalities are the cornerstone of local service delivery and the interface between government and the people. Such outrageous figures force municipalities into a position whereby they cannot service their obligations, creating a vicious cycle that begins with government departments. Even after writing off debt, also sitting in the billions and unfairly shifting the burden of the taxpayers, the government has continuous with this unspoken standard operating procedure in non-payment to municipalities. This problem causes an escalation of unnecessary expenditure for municipalities when they have to foot the bill for interest or can even take legal actions to get the money owed to them. Honorable Chair, why should Honorable Minister, why should municipalities even enter into payment terms with government department over monies that should not be budgeted for to spend on the operation? This speaks to another critical issue that the IFP has been consistently raising, that is poor planning. Thanks.
Thank you very much. FF plus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Government has forsaken the tourism industry next to the Vaal River after the recent floods. From December 2022, the Vaal River was in flood 4 times, leaving a devastation of billions in damages. The tourism sector in Northwestern and Free State along the Vaal River was busy recovering from the effects of COVID without the help of government before the floods. But the floods destroyed the last bit of hope of recovery, and did a lot of operations already closed with notice of not opening again. Not only is it a dire financial situation of these operations, but the lack of minimal support from local government, fixing infrastructure like access roads, restoring of electricity, and a crime wave of plundering of buildings that was left after evacuation. With no government intervention, these operations won't be able to survive and create a sustainable tourism sector with a sustainable job security. And seen in the light of the billion that was earmarked for the Tottenham Hotspur, government had forsaken the sector. I want to invite the Minister of Tourism to accompany me to these areas so that she may see the devastation caused and intervene to save the sector. Because by giving a blind eye, like the ANC councillor, Councillor Dakin and Councillor Mapaseka in a Lekwatimani municipality, that said they have no sympathy for some of the homeowners in the community, will lead to further decline of rural economies and the extinction of tourism sector in this small dorpie. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. ANC.
No, thanks, Chairperson. The ANC welcomes the positive news that the Inanda Wilderness Park, a much appreciated community focal point in Ward 44, under the Green Corridors banner, was recently reopened at a small gathering of partners, community members, and people representing local leadership, schools, and elderly. Situated at the headquarters of the Gobo River, it was decommissioned as the site was vulnerable to vandalism during COVID-19 national lockdown when gatherings should not be held. The concept of the Inanda Wilderness Park is that it is a unique multi-generational park facility that focuses on promotion of health and wellness through an important partnership with the eThekwini Municipality, Green Corridors, University of KZN, and new partners, the Kinship Program. It takes a therapeutic approach through the provision of occupational therapy and environmental education through programs that promote human development, ecology, and sustainable living. Green Corridors will be working closely with local communities to ensure the continued integrity of the park, physical activities with the elderly, such as exercise and vegetable cultivation, which will be offered in conjunction with Masizane, the drop-in center, a daycare facility for the elderly in this area. Learner groups from schools will be able to take part.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
The ANC hopes that this program will grow from strength to strength. Thank you so much, President.
Thank you. TA.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The Department of Mineral Resources and Energy is preparing for attack. It's put out a media tender for a monitoring system for what it calls incoming media-launched attacks and negative commentary. The Daily Maverick called the tender's phrasing a strident use of warlike terminology. The language of the tender is so extreme, it's even attracted criticism from Amnesty International. Why would it be that the department is criticized so often in the media? Could it be that it's not doing its job? The new cadastral system is delayed again. We still don't know what we're getting. Compliance inspections miss too much. And most of all, many licenses are simply not getting issued. At a time where there's precious little new mining investment, that which there is held up, delayed, mysteriously, unaccountably. There are no licenses, there's no explanation, just waiting. That, of course, leads to even less investment. Ask any company in the mining business and they will tell you, off the record, of course, that the department is incompetent and crooked in equal measure. Sometimes it's not clear which of these dual natures is dominant. The department often says it does not have the resources to do its job properly. What does the department want to protect itself from? Reputational damage. Too late. A far better way to defend itself would be to stop doing the things that are causing the damage.
Thank you, I remember. ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, during the lockdown period, the ACDP consistently called for vaccinations that are safe and effective. One would have thought that the call for safe, effective treatment with the application of the constitutional imperative of informed consent would have been applauded, but sadly it was derided, ridiculed, and mocked, and I was threatened with forced vaccination in this parliament. The reported systems in the United States, United Kingdom, and Europe show that the number of reported COVID-19 vaccine injuries and deaths now exceed those of all vaccines combined in the last 30 years. In the PHMPT versus Pfizer case, Pfizer tried to hide the adverse data for 75 years. But when forced to reveal the data by Judge Mark Pittman, they revealed 1,291 side effects. Pfizer contracts are alleged to contain the following clause. The purchaser further acknowledges that the long-term effects and efficacy of the vaccine are not currently known, and that there may be adverse effects of the vaccine that are not currently known. In February 2022, the Transformative Health Justice and facilitated a letter on behalf of 70 South African doctors raising serious concerns about the C19 shot, a letter that SAPRA ignored. A December analysis by scientists and VARS expert Dr. Jessica Rose observed that 33% of adverse effects reported for children aged 12 to 17 are severe. Cardiac adverse effects are 10.7%. Of the total reports, 66% reported not recovering after their shots. With young, healthy sportsmen and women collapsing on the field around the world, the ACDP calls for the halting of these and the rollout of these vaccinations. I thank you.
ANC. Honorable Train. Honorable Train. Honorable Train. Honorable Train. I do not expect that from you, sir. Please.
My apologies, Chair. I was provoked.
ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Once again, DA's hypocrisy is laid bare as 3 former DA councillors from Swellendam Municipality are taking the party to court over the termination of their party membership. The DA Federal Councillor, Chairperson Helen Zille, has expelled 3 councillors for not towing the party line. The suspended member, former Swellendam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Mangu have turned to courts to challenge the party's move to terminate their membership. They claim they were suspended because they did not abide by a caucus decision to hold back on advertising the position of the Director of Corporate Services in the municipalities. This is a clear interference on the operations of the municipalities. The ex-councillors are challenging the constitutionality of the DA's cessation clause and seeking to declare the Federation's constitution invalid, inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic. This exposed the DA's blatant hypocrisy of encouraging ANC MPLs and MPs to vote against the party decision. Yet the very same DA is expelling their members for doing what they want other party members to do. Sis DA, shame on you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Good. Good.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Chairperson. Thank you. Chairperson, local government is more often than not where people of South Africa experience government, and there are enough examples across our country of where local governments are failing their residents or servicing some parts and neglecting others. The lack of service and the disparity of service provision continues to drive inequality and exclusion. Exclusion based on race continues 30 years post-democracy as municipalities resist the spirit and the letter of the law as provided for in the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, or SPLUMA. Section 7 of SPLUMA expressly requires our towns and cities to pursue spatial justice through a set of development principles. Over the past decade since the passing of this act, there's been very little evidence that this crucial legislation is being enforced or implemented, and so our towns and cities are driving inequality. Of course, this important legislation won't be enforced where towns and cities are dysfunctional, and we welcome the new minister's commitment reported in recent news articles to address dysfunctional municipalities. Towns and cities are dysfunctional for a number of reasons: poor political leadership, lack of skills and experience in the administration, a municipal funding model that doesn't work, and instability of coalitions. So the minister will have to act fast to bring stability and functionality where there are obvious crises. Events in the capital city of Tshwane call for urgent regulatory interventions. And the minister is reported to have said she would like coalition agreements to be binding and made public. But we don't believe this will be enough to bring order to coalitions formed on the basis of expediency. We will need far-reaching reform of how governments are established in order to ensure that the mere opportunity to unseat an executive mayor or speaker is
Thank
not
you very
enough
much,
to do so.
Honorable Member.
Thank you.
ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. The ANC strongly condemns the acts of vigilantism as 4 electricians mistaken for cable thieves were killed at Ekurhuleni. The recent brutal murder of 4 electricians contracted by the Ekurhuleni municipality by a mob who mistook them for cable theft is a tragic and outrageous act of vigilantism that must be condemned by all normal law-abiding citizens. The incident happened on Monday, the 6th of March, 2023, when the 4 were responding to a power outage call after the city of Ekurhuleni requested assistance from the contractors to assist in Cyril Hayton Street, Kleporki in Germiston. However, House Chair, when they got to the scene, they were met by angry community members who started assaulting them, despite the employees showing them proof that they were indeed here to attend to electrical issue. The 4 innocent men were tied and beaten with sticks until they died by a mob of criminals who took the law into their own hands. This is a heinous lawlessness and undermines the authority of the police. Nobody is allowed to take the law into their own hands. The police and justice department are responsible for enforcement of the law. The ANC calls on community members to stop taking the law into their own hands to avoid this type of tragedy. The ANC calls upon law enforcement agencies who are investigating this matter to hunt down the responsible vigilantes, and once identified, they must be apprehended and criminally prosecuted. Away with vigilantism, away, forward with the building of strong community policing forums.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. DA.
Thanks, House Chair. Over 2 years now, I've visited tourism sites in all 9 provinces. There's a plethora of sites that either are difficult to access, or when one does reach these tourism sites, one finds them dilapidated and derelict. The originally beautiful Ndebele, Mziza, and Tabele Cultural Village tourism site in Madibeng Municipality in the Northwest is a prime example. This previously active and tourism drawing site is accessible only by using a 4x4 vehicle. Another example is at Tsitsikamma National Park, which despite the high entry fee charged, infrastructure is unmaintained, such as now dangerous suspension bridges and filthy ablution facilities with not even any toilet paper. This is simply embarrassing for all tourists, whether they're local or domestic or international. These are basic things that could be fixed with minimum expenditure and effort, but with maximum returns. Yet the Department of Tourism and its sister departments are always allowing this degradation to take place. The consequence is that tourists will stay away unless this government does the very basics, which is presently not doing. I know that our new minister, our #1 tourist, will prioritize this issue, as she is unequivocally knowledgeable about tourism, as she has extensive personal knowledge and experience thereof. As between September 2019 and 2022, she enjoyed eight luxurious trips to Dubai, the USA twice, the UK twice, the Singapore, as well as Cuba and Egypt, all this amounting to over 2.4 million. With such an experience, I know that our new tourism minister will deliver and not leave this matter like old underpants on a flimsy washing line. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, our people in the Eastern Cape are terrorized by thieves who are stealing their livestock. Criminals are terrorizing the communities of Krisani, Amatole, and Oratambo. Our people are killed when they're trying to protect their livestock. The Eastern Cape has the biggest stock theft problem in South Africa, and the Minister of Police does not seem to have a plan or seems to be interested in resolving this crisis. Last year, we were told that stock theft costs the Eastern Cape farmers more than 1.4 billion a year. A man from Ngamakwe in Ngumam local municipality was killed by these criminals while trying to protect his livestock. Mr. Damane and Mr. Hwai have both lost more than 20 cows each at gunpoint in Ngcoga, Tsigayetu local municipality, and the police never went to the crime scene. The criminals are armed with guns, and every night they go to these communities and terrorize farmers, the majority of whom are defenseless women. The police in the area take more than 2 days to attend a crime scene, and as a result, these criminals and the syndicates continue to steal livestock with impunity. When people take the law into their own hands because SAPS and the ANC government are turning a blind eye to such heinous crimes, it will be the very same Minister of Police who will scream the loudest. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Koroti's Care Hospital has become the first medical facility on the African continent to perform an incompatible kidney transplant using a glycoscope-filled device. The glucose device offers hope for 35-year-old patients and hundreds of other patients who has been on the kidney transplant list for several years. With this field,
Point of order,
they cannot.
Chairperson.
What's your point of order?
It seems that the translation is not working.
Honourable Makdoa.
It's not working.
Honourable Makdoa. What translation are you looking for? The statement is in English. Honourable Makdoa. Honourable Member, can you please continue?
Okay. With this failure, they cannot safely transplant many patients cross incompatible blood groups, which was a barrier previously. Medical experts said more than 60 scientific papers were published on this device that showed excellent data on short and long-term outcomes for transplant patients. Since its first rollout in 2001, the glycoscope device has been used in 29 countries. However, the Hros Kit facility is the first to perform the operation in Africa. Koroti's Care Transplant Coordinator stated there are currently 1,900 people in the province who are on renal dialysis treatment, and 500 people are on a waiting list for kidney transplant. For the patient who received this transplant, it has changed her life completely, and no more dialysis has meant she can lead a much better, healthy lifestyle. We welcome such medical breakthroughs.
Thank you very much,
Believe
Honourable
any
Member.
invention. Thank you.
AIC.
Thank you, sir. It is common cause that enhanced road infrastructure investment.
Honourable members.
Can I continue, Chair?
Yebo.
It is common cause that enhanced road infrastructure investment is at the heart of a long-lasting and cutting-edge development. It is widely accepted that infrastructure investments spillages on various key segments of our economy, including railway, freight, logistics, and the communication infrastructure. Investing in transport infrastructure, particularly road, has another potential. It improves transport networks in order to foster integration and cooperation between various provinces. We were therefore moved that Central will be embarking on road construction and maintenance projects worth more than 1.2 billion rand in the Eastern Cape town of Matatiele. Part of this construction will of National Route R56 from Matatiele to the KwaZulu-Natal boundary. While Central is the implementing agent of this project, The Department of Transport has a bigger role to ensure value for money. Its attitude towards road infrastructure must be informed by the reality that transport in general can also play a significant role as a catalyst for development and correcting spatial distortions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That concludes members' statements. We will recognize members of the executive on both the visual and the chamber. Oh, I've noted some lethargy on that part. ANC, I'm sorry.
The ANC-led government has remained true to its commitment of ensuring that it builds capacity, the resources, and the people to serve citizens effectively and efficiently. This is evident in the official opening of the Home Affairs Office at the Main Lane Park Shopping Center in Tshwane on Monday, the 6th of March, 2023. This office is expected to take the pressure off from the high volume offices around Tshwane and Byron's Place in the city center. Mamelodi and Centurion, we are pleased that the people of Main Lane and surroundings areas do not have to wait in lengthy queues for home affairs services. Furthermore, the ANC-led government has committed to open more offices at the malls, including at Cresta Mall in Johannesburg, the Pavilion in eThekwini, and the Tiger Valley in Cape Town, which will be functional before the end of the next financial year. This initiative is in line with the ANC's commitment to put people first and to find solutions to their daily problems. This will go a long way in ensuring that all South African citizens access home affairs services with ease. The ANC will be re-elected by majority of citizens of South Africa in 2024.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Sorry about that, members of the ANC. We will recognize members of the executive on the visual platform in the chamber. Are there any ministerial responses? The Honorable Jeffries, Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. I just wanted to respond to the statement by the Honorable Ramo Boleng on the tragedy in Ekurhuleni with the murder of the electricians. And just to say that, yes, communities should not take the law into their own hands. They can think they're right about something and it ends up being different. I remember one case from KwaZulu-Natal where a teacher hit a learner on the head. The learner went home, complained of a headache, later died that night. Teacher was arrested, huge outcry in the community, and it then turns out eventually that the learner died of meningitis. It was nothing to do with being hit on the head. It was just coincidence. So yes, please, communities must not take the law into their own hands. I'm not sure if the Minister or Deputy Minister of Police are on the platform, but just Honorable Yako's statement. Yes, stock theft is a serious problem in the Eastern Cape. It's also a serious problem in KwaZulu-Natal. And if they are not able to respond here, I will take the issue up with the Minister and Deputy Minister of Police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Kubai, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I'd like to respond to the issue on mineral resources that says that all sectors in the mineral resources and energy are complaining about the department. I'm not so sure where the member is. We sit with private sector, especially Mineral Council of South Africa. They have commended the stability in the mineral sector, a mining sector, and including ensuring that we can resolve some of the issues that are based on policy and also around the issue of implementation. There is some feedback in terms of what needs to be implemented, and that does not say that they do not have confidence in the department itself. Secondly, even on the issue around the advertisement All organizations globally, by the way, are dealing with brand management. It's a normal thing, it's a common thing. I think as South African government, we've not been paying attention to this. And I think Minister Kote Mantashe is doing quite well to pay attention to the image and brand of what is being done, because it has impact, negative impact on global platforms around investment. The last point that has been raised by members of the ANC around the expulsion and termination of councillors as Solendam. That's not the only one. We see this hypocrisy by DA continue across the country. They went as far as wanting to do lie detector to councillors in Tshwane for deciding to vote on their conscience when they are calling for others to vote on their conscience. I think it's good that this hypocrisy is shown. They do it in many platforms in various forms while they act left and right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister Pata.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Just to respond to the Honorable Member of the ACDP on the issue of the vaccination, it's quite disappointing that with all the time and experience now, which we have had almost 2 full years now of vaccination. We started our vaccination in February 2021. There's volumes of experience now in terms of the life-saving nature of the vaccines which have been approved, and the diligent manner in which our regulator, working with other regulators in the world, have gone through the applications and approved those which have proven to be safe. And after millions of people here in our own country have been vaccinated, what we have experienced is the fact that since we've opened up the society, the business, and all social and economic activities, we have not experienced any relapse of major infections. Our hospitals are able to focus on normal burden of disease and not be burdened by COVID-19. So I want to appeal to the ACDP and the honorable members that indeed, let's focus on the positive. There will be always, there is no medication which is totally free of any adverse events. And that's why we have created mechanisms to address that. And those who have been adversely affected can also put their claims. We've got this no-fault compensation scheme, which is dealing with that. So I want to persuade the members of ACDP to come back and focus on the life-saving nature of all these very important vaccinations. And also thank the honorable member from the ANC for also talking about innovation in medical technology, which is making life much easier and providing more life-saving technologies for various ailments. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Chrissy.
Chairperson. Honorable Chair,
Honorable
Kwankwa on the virtual platform. I raised my hand while Honorable Minister Kubai was still answering a question on the platform, wanting to ask, no problem, sir, wanting to ask whether it is allowed that we members, when we use photos that carry a particular message on this platform. Because the challenge we're going to have is that people are now going to start having all sorts of slogans or messages contained in the photos that they use on the virtual platform. And we're opening a can of worms which will not be able to stop. A message that is written there is vaccinated, I'm vaccinated, or whatever, something which is answering, but at a time when you're dealing with a question from a political party that is issue with the vaccination, I don't think it's right. I don't think we should allow it.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. I've noted that. I'll come back to you with the ruling. Shall we continue, honorable members? The Honorable Tyler, would you like to respond?
Yes, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, on the first question raised by the member about Egoruleni, indeed, that was not just only the mob activity, was criminality, because When the police came there, Sergeant Lepulane, the same group chased him away and they wanted to attack him. And he had to mobilize the POP and other forces. So if they've mistaken these 4 people, municipality workers, as people stealing, they should have then realized the police in uniform that was not there to steal that. So it's criminality that should be condemned, but we are glad to say the police have responded, and a certain Derek Tapelo Baloi has been arrested and appeared in court for that kind of crime, and we are still checking and investigating the other criminals that were involved in that. In terms of the stock theft, which is problematic in the country, yes, indeed, in Eastern Cape, according to the member of the EFF, it's not very true that nothing is being done. Several people there have been arrested. Mount Elif, 7 people are still in court for that, who were found in the bush. We have created a horseback unit there. We had to work on the border between South Africa and Lesotho. We have visited the Minister of Lesotho, of Police in Lesotho, together with the MEC, to have joint operations to stop that, because some of the stock crosses the border, but also late at BG, where people were killed, the stock theft was also involved. 7 other people have been arrested. So there is response. It's absolutely not true that there's nothing being done. Thanks very much. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Jelile.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. If I can respond first to the Honorable Member from the Freedom Front, Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Groenewald, I will arrange to meet with you. I will also be in contact with the chair of the Portfolio Committee, and we can arrange to visit the area. So you will hear from me tomorrow. Thank you for sharing the plight of the tourism companies in that area, and also the people affected by the floods. The second question from Honorable Member De Freitas, he can write to me about his concerns, the concerns that he's raised, but so that we can together look at what is happening there. Please send me an email as soon as possible. But I also want to say that, you know, there's a saying that says, empty vessels make the most noise. He is a real blast from the past and still live in an apartheid bubble. So you can continue to insult people, but remember, you'll get another clap back. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Patel.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I want to welcome Honorable Oscar.
Honorable members.
Hello.
Yeah, we can continue, Honorable Patel.
Thank you. House Chair, I wanted to welcome Honorable Oscar Matafa's statement on the signing of MOUs between South Africa and Uganda. This was, of course, done during the state visit by President Museveni to South Africa. From the DTIC Group, the Industrial Development Corporation signed an MOU with its counterparts. And it's part of our efforts to focus on African trade and development and to increase intra-African investment. South African exported products were worth about 494 billion rand last year to other African countries. The bulk of this were manufacturing products, helping to expand our industrial footprint. And we want to expand this further so we can create more jobs in South Africa and stimulate wider African growth. Part of our efforts are through the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a continent-wide trade initiative. And the President and Minister Pandor have been really working on getting more activity in our work here. In November last year, Kenya hosted a state visit by South Africa. Last month, the President attended the African Union Assembly in Addis Ababa, at which significant decisions were made that takes the integration agenda forward. And this was followed by the Uganda visit. Trade and investment links with Uganda can be expanded significantly. And for this reason, we had a large delegation of Ugandan business people attending the South Africa-Uganda Business Forum. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That concludes ministerial responses.
No, Chairperson, we still have our hands
We still
up.
have a slot. Or the Honorable Msoledi?
Yes. Thank you,
welcome.
Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I won't show my face because where I am, I'm really challenged with reception. Thank you, Honorable Modise. Indeed, it was very good news what happened on the 6th of this month at Menlyn. We were making good the promise we've made during the budget speech last year that will be opening state-of-the-art offices at the malls of the country. And yes, we launched that at Menlyn Mall. On the day of the launch, remember we had announced that when we move from Menlyn, if it's successful, we'll go to Pavilion in eThekwini, Cresta, here in Johannesburg, and Tiger Valley, in the Cape Metro. On that day, Mr. Malusi Kekana, the CEO of the company that owns the mall, offered us Southgate. You may also add it there. And I'm happy to announce that there are no queues there. The queues have been eliminated. And since we launched, 1,008 smart cards have been issued, as well as 1,220 passports. On the day, we also unveiled brand new cars, 20 of them, Home Affairs on Wheels, and we have ordered 100 more, which we are going to unveil. And lastly, Chair, for 5 years in all these malls, we are not paying any rental whatsoever. We are staying there free with all these good facilities, parking, people not standing in the sun. It's a very good project, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That concludes ministerial responses, honorable members. The Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements on a Housing Consumer Protection Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I hereby move that this House adopts this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Report agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Second reading debate, Housing Consumer Protection Bill.
The Honorable Minister of Human Settlement on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members. Good afternoon. Since the proclamation of the Housing Consumer Protection Measures Act, number 95 of 1998 on 4 June 1999, the National Home Builders Registration Council has identified a number of challenges with certain key provisions of the Act, which impacted negatively on the efficiency of the Council's mandate. The inefficiencies identified on the current Act related to inadequate protection of housing consumers, the transformation of the industry, the high risk of litigation, the inadequate enforcement powers, the ineffective alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and the excessive turnaround time of the current enforcement procedure. The main criticism of Council from the public is that it does not provide protection where it is really needed. The scope of the application of the Act currently limits the ability of the Council to protect all housing consumers as well as circumstances under which the consumers are protected. For this reason, this draft bill before the House today is introducing the following measures. It extends the cover to hostels, timeshares, and share blocks, and importantly, extends its scope to include additions, alterations, renovations, or repairs of a home insofar as such addition to alteration, renovation, of repairs necessitates the submission of building plans to municipalities in terms of the National Building Regulations Building and Building Standards Act. It extends the period of cover under the warranty fund to commence on the date of the commencement of construction until 5 years after the date of certification of compliance with technical requirements by council inspectors. So we must ensure that people register their houses as they construct and also as they extend or do alteration. This will make sure that they are protected. The amount of cover, however, is not increased. Any claim made and paid out of the warranty fund during construction will be deducted from the total amount available for claims. The warranty period of roof leaks has been extended from 1 year to 2 years, as a roof leak does not always manifest itself within the first year, especially in more arid areas in the country. The bill determines that a home builder or a developer that is not registered has the same liability as the registered builder or developer. As well, this ensures that we protect unsuspecting housing consumers who might not be aware of the registered or non-registered builders. Inspectors and all other employees of council are now having a duty to report corruption, conflict of interest, not to use confidential information for personal use. Council may now apply to court for an order directing the person to comply with the act or to stop constructing. A willful or gross negligence or by a competent person which cause or fails to prevent a major structural defect is now a substantive non-compliance which may trigger an administrative fine. And this is what has been required as well. The municipal manager has a duty to ensure that funds are not released for housing project until the project is enrolled. The draft bill adds new value to the objectives of government in that it incorporates the grading system that council published under government notice GNR 192. The system facilitates the ease of doing business as housing consumer developer organ of state can easily obtain information about the competence and profile of home builders. The draft bill provides for the principles of the company to be personally held accountable. In the same vein, the definition of a person has been extended to include a trust, and some of home builders are trust. The draft bill provides for the trustees to be held accountable in the same manner that the principals or directors of companies are held accountable. Another issue that I want to raise is around the issue of the maximum penalty for criminal offenses that are imposed by a court has been increased to 1.5 or imprisonment, and also the NHBRC to expropriate money from Parliament, so that the current funding can be closed. There's been a concern around the fees. I want to indicate that we've not increased the fees since 1998 in terms of initial registration, which is 745, and also the annual renewal, 26. But also the bill allows for minister to consider the pricing in terms of what needs to be done. So honorable members and House Chairperson, the draft bill provides for innovative and strengthened new enforcement systems, which is procedurally fair, cost-effective, and allows for speedy resolution of cases. And it also ensures that we can protect our consumers. This is way that government shows that we care about our citizens. We know that the most vulnerable in communities are taken advantage of. And we say as the ANC, continue to support the African National Congress. And also as we deliver as the ANC government, it's because we are the ANC that cares and the ANC that delivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Semenya.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Ereki dumedishe wena modulasetulo wa ntlo e tlhomphegang le maloko a Palamente ya Afrika Borwa ka bophara. Re le komiti ya bodulo ba batho, re tlile fa go tla go fa reporto ya rona gore ntlo ye e amogele ka baka la gore molao theo wa Republic ya South Africa o laela gore maloko a Palamente ba tšea diphetho ba ye bathong ba kwa maikutlo a batho. Re tlile fa go tliša maikutlo a badudi ba Afrika Borwa bao ba bontšhitšeng ka bontšintši ba bona 9 provinces ka moka di feleletše gore ba thekga molawana o. Ka baka la gore molao o tliša bophelo bo bokaone go bona. Ka baka la gore molawana o tlo thuša gore se ileng sa bolela ke borakgolokhukhu ka ngwaga wa 1955 gore batho ba tla buša ka nnete batho ba buša. Batho ba rena ba boledišane le komiti ba bontšha ka mokgwa o e leng gore ge go agiwa dintlo mo nageng ya gabo rena borakonteraka ba itiela boithatelo ba dumelelana le molao o gore ka molao o bolela tše di botse tša gore borakonteraka ba santse ba tengwadiše ebile ba sanetse gore ba katišiwe training ebile ba sanetse gore ba monitoriwe ke di-inspectors ge ba aga ntlo go thoma mathomong go fihla mo rufung. Modulasetulo ntumelele ke re batho ba gabo rena ba ile ba bolela le dipolelo tše e leng gore ba bantši ba tlile mo dikopanong tše ne ba lla ka mantlo a e leng gore ba agetšwe ona. A mangwe a dutla, a mangwe a tšea ke phefo. Jwalo re leboga molawana kakanya o ka baka la gore batho ba gabo rena le kgono le ba šireletšegile kane council ye e laolang boradikonteraka ka gare ga naga e tlo ba le sekhwama sa gore ge ntlo e agilwe e na le bošaedi gore e na le mabošaedi ba tla kgona go ya ko NHBRC ba ya ba yo claima NHBRC ya tla ya lokiša mo ba tla be leng gore boradikonteraka tšeo ba šaeditše le gona molawana o re boradikonteraka ba tla be ba šaeditše ba sanetse gore ba kry-e penalty. Ministera o šetše a bontšhitše ka tšona. Ye nngwe ba re gopoditšeng yona ke gore South Africa ya o buša ke African National Congress e dumela gore batho ke ba bateng. Therefore dintlo tše di agiwang di tshwanetse gore di tshwane naga ka bophara. Ba ganetšana le tša gore kua di-villageng o kry-ile gore ntlo a e na petition mo makeišeneng e na le shawara e na le bathroom. Therefore batho ba rena ba re gopoditše re le Palamente gore go bohlokwa gore lena ba Palamente le make sure molao o wa implementiwa le šireletše naga ya South Africa go boradikonteraka ba di-fly by nights. Modulasetulo le ntlo e tlhomphegang molawana kakanya o laetša le gore o encourage gore mebušo e leng gona ka gare ga naga national le province le local government ba šomišane inspector ka baka la gore re a tseba gore bommasepala ba rena ba bangwe ga ba na bokgoni. Jwalo ge ba šomišana le national department mo e leng gore ministera through National Council e laolang boradikonteraka ba tla ba employile di-qualified inspectors mo masepaleng ho e leng gore a bana bokgoni bo go ra gore department ya national ba tla ya ba thušana le bommasepala. Therefore dintlo tšeo di tlong go agiwa o thoma ikhono re ka sa ba le mathata a tsone. Batho ba bo rena ba bontshitse le hore batho ba ga bo rena ba bontshitse le hore ba dumela hore molawana o tlo bontšha botlhaking bo ba leng go bona, ebile ba ikemišeditše go šomišana le mmušo wa Republic wa South Africa kana projeke e nngwe le e nngwe e sanetšeng gore e diriwe mo ba leng gona go sanetše gore go be le di-steering committee ba ikgafile gore ba tlo participate ba make sure gore ka nnete molawana kakanyo o mobotse o wa o lebelela o šireletša bona o tlo kgone o tšwelela. Modulasetulo, rena re le ba komiti re leboga batho ba ga bo rena ge ba ntšhitše maikutlo a bona ba bontšha ka mokgwa ba thekgang molawana kakanyo o ebile ba ikemišeditše go šomišana le mmušo gore dintlo tšeo re di agang e be tša maleba tše di kgahlishang tše e leng gore ba tla itumela go tšona. Le rena re le Palamente a re ba joineng setšhaba sa Afrika Borwa ka go amogela report e. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Powell.
Yeah. Chairperson, whilst the bill before this House contains some useful additional provisions to protect housing consumers, it is ultimately yet another example of the ANC's tendency to solve problems by developing extensive legislation, policies, strategies, 10-point plans, instead of genuinely addressing institutional deficiencies caused by cadre deployment, mismanagement, and the looting of our state entities. Honorable members, we cannot charge those who caused our problems in the first place with fixing them. If we are going to truly turn South Africa around, we need consequence management for those who use state coffers as a personal feeding trough. We need a professionalized civil service and a competent government, all of which the ANC are incapable of. Whilst legislation bolstered by a professional government can fix many of our problems, the fact remains that legislation without competent enforcement is meaningless. Let's take the National Home Builders Registration Council, which will now be renamed the National Home Builders Regulatory Council, as an example. Like so many entities the ANC controls, the NHBRC was placed under administration in September 2021. In the last financial year, the entity recorded a surplus of 1.2 billion rand. This is an unbelievable amount of money that could be used to provide a basic income grant to millions of South Africans instead of sitting in reserve in an underperforming entity. Despite this money sitting in surplus on the NHBRC's balance books, the entity only paid out 9.2 million rands worth of claims, whilst it opposed 369 million rands worth of claims. In the last financial year, the Auditor General was unable to obtain sufficient evidence that the stated achievement of 96% of prosecutable matters were set down for hearing within 120 days. The AG was also unable to obtain sufficient evidence that 90% of disputes were resolved as the entity had claimed they were. Despite the NHBRC having again failed to reconcile 21 million rands worth of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and 712 million rands worth of irregular expenditure, the AG was again unable to obtain any evidence that sufficient disciplinary steps were taken against officials as required by the PFMA. Despite the CEO drawing a salary of 3.4 million rand a year, which included an 830,000 increase from the previous year and is more than the Deputy President and the Minister earn, the AG found that the entity's leadership did not exercise sufficient oversight responsibility over internal controls and that adequate steps were not taken to ensure that action plans were implemented. Honourable members, this legislation also comes before this House in the context of 1.4 million government housing units having been identified as blocked since 2019. And this is despite the provisions of the existing Act, which should have seen housing contractors responsible for this mess blacklisted and blocked from doing further business. But according to a written reply from the Honourable Minister that I received last year, not a single housing contractor had been blacklisted across our 9 provinces. Whilst the provisions contained within this bill may indeed assist housing recipients with instituting future recourse against government, the fact remains that ANC incompetence cannot be ameliorated through legislation alone. ANC incompetence can only be ameliorated at the ballot box. So, while South Africans will have to wait until 2024 for the provisions of this legislation to actually be implemented, they can rest assured that when the DA kicks the ANC out of office next year, South Africa will finally stand a fighting chance at gaining access to recourse. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Makasene.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, President Julius Malema, who will lead the national shutdown on the 20th to come to March 2023. We are going to demand 2 things, electricity and the resignation of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. And no one is going to stop us, not even a DA Restis Board here in Cape Town, who think is special. No train will move, no truck will transport anything that is not essential services, no port of entry will receive any goods, no shop will open. We call on all South Africa to take to the street for the national shutdown. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters support the housing protection bill. For many years, our people have complained about the quality and standard of housing built by the contractors who are accredited from National Home Builders Registration Council. NHBRC were ignored. Even our people who benefited from the RDP houses that were built by dishonest, scrupulous contractors cannot get any assistance. Majority of our people who came in numbers to make submission told us about their houses were poorly built. They were always worried that all those cracks in the walls will one day collapse. January 8, where you build houses without any sanitation. Majority, today NHBRC operate like a cartel. It operates like exists to protect builders instead of homeowners. As economic freedom fighters, we maintain that we should establish a state-owned housing company that will build all RDP houses. And it is only way that will deal with the poor, shady contract worker. However, in the meantime, welcome and strengthening of the home warranty fund. The fund must not be only accessible to the rich building houses in the suburbs and gated community, who majority are white and wealthy. Our people building houses in township and rural areas must also be protected and also benefit for the home warranty fund. We accept it is difficult to apply this bill in the temporary building structures at the part of informal settlement and the shacks. However, the decision to exclude all application of the bill to the structures that do not have their own bathroom and toilet is wrong, and it also exclude our own people badula mahayeng. Motho a sena sanitation, ha re batla ho rabele toilet our people in township and rural areas build differently to those in the city with land constraint, and therefore do not always build homes that they have attached to the bathroom and the toilet. Even in other areas, I didn't kitchen. Where we don't have water, sanitation infrastructure to build that they have toilet and attached to them. Therefore, this exclusion must be removed from the bill. Lastly, Chairperson, for many years, home building construction sector has been dominated and continue to be dominated by few whites together with NHBRC. The registration requirement appear fair, but practical implication of the restricted requirement may be used to exclude the new builders who are mostly black contractors. The use of supplies of home warranty fund to finance and transformation measures in the industry must clearly be specific that some of the funds will use to assist black entrants for the registration so that le bona ba kgone ho compete le batho ba well off ba kgale ba le teng on the system. Failure to address clearly how this legislation ensure that is supported to entrance of the black contractors and transform the industry will only serve to create a white-owned industry presented as a way of protect the homeowners. The economic freedom fighters support the bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Princess Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chairperson. This bill seeks to guarantee adequate protection of housing consumers, the effective regulation of the home building industry, and to introduce contractual provisions to protect new entrants into the home building industry. The importance of this bill to all South Africans was made clear through the many meaningful inputs made by residents at numerous public hearings. These inputs serve to improve and strengthen the bill as the contributions of the public capacitated the committee with lived experiences that aided in the rigorous process of producing a law that is responsive to the lived reality of residents and housing consumers. The rigorous parliamentary process in the development of this bill must serve as a springboard to the stakeholders in and related to the building industry. This includes contractors, consumers, and the government, who must rise to meet their responsibilities. Home builders must protect themselves by doing due diligence and using contractors that are registered with a professional body.
Honorable members, there's a lot of noise that you are making out there, and that disturbs ourselves and the speaker on the platform. You are kindly requested to not do that. Sorry about that. You can continue, Honorable Chelese.
Thank you, Chairperson. This includes contractors, consumers, and the government, who must rise to meet their responsibilities. Home builders must protect themselves by doing due diligence and using contractors that are registered with a professional body to ensure some recourse if things go wrong. To ensure the bill is responsive, not only in writing, but also in implementation, it must be used to make provisions to practically respond to the suggestions of community members made in the public hearings. NHBRC training initiatives must be implemented in rural areas to ensure that the full range of home builders and consumers are capacitated with knowledge about the bill. Training should unpack both the administrative and theoretical aspects of the bill. For example, training on the enrollment of homes which enable consumers to claim against the warranty fund. Education drives to provide relevant information in the industry, and the provision of practical technical training to developers and home builders must also be implemented. The ultimate goal of this bill is to protect the rights of the consumer through the provision of recourse information. Therefore, the efficient, thoughtful, and equal way in which this information is provided must be central in its implementation. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable May.
Dankie, voorsitter. Verskeie insette is ontvang en een van die belangrikste deelnemers is die meeste...
Honorable members.
Ek herhaal,
Honorable May.
Ja. Verskeie insette is ontvang en een van die belangrikste deelnemers is die meestersbouers van Suid-Afrika wat 4000 bouers en werknemers verteenwoordig. Die MBSA het hulle bekommernis uitgespreek oor die fooie wat deur die klein bouers betaal moet word vir klein veranderinge wat verdere administrasie meebring terwyl die NHBRC reeds onder druk is. En jy kan maar vir enige bouer in hierdie land vra hoe lank wag hulle op 'n sertifikaat. Die MBSA se meneer Terrence Morasi beweer ook dat die wetsontwerp te omslag teenoor huisbouers en huiseienaars is en dat die koste van huiseienaarskap gaan verhoog en huiseienaarskap gaan ontmoedig, asook dat dit huisverbeterings en ekonomiese groei kan benadeel. Een van die belangrikste vrae is, wat gebeur met al die geld wat hulle ontvang? Bouers betaal onder die moeilikste omstandighede voor, maar ontvang swak diens. Werknemers moet by tye weke wag voordat hulle kan begin werk en moet bouers geld voorskiet om goeie werknemers te behou. Dit is duidelik dat die NHBRC nie hulle werk ordentlik doen nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you, honorable member. The honorable Thring.
Honorable House Chairperson, as we consider this report, the ACDP notes that the Housing Consumer Protection Bill, having been referred to the Human Settlements Committee on 18th of May 2021, is intended to replace the existing Housing Consumers Protection Measures Act and essentially seeks to provide for the protection of housing consumers. The ACDP is also cognizant that this bill will see developers who do not comply with the requirements of registration at the NHBRC or fail to enroll the home or homes which they are building, face a fine not exceeding 1.5 million rand or imprisonment. This fine is considerably more stringent than the current 25,000 penalty or imprisonment contained in the current act. We further note the public participation process undertaken in all 9 provinces from the 22nd of April to the 6th of November 2022. However, the ACDP will argue that public participation is not and must not be seen as a tick box exercise. Rather, it must be a deliberate, important, and integral part of our constitutional democracy. It is reported that the bill has received overwhelming support at the public hearings, with the people trusting that this legislation will bring an end to the provision of substandard housing to disadvantaged South Africans. It cannot be business as usual. Home building tenders to friends and cronies with no building experience cannot be tolerated, because at the end of the day, it is the poor who suffer the consequences of substandard homes. It is no secret that the ANC and the Department of Human Settlements have failed miserably in providing safe and affordable housing to all, with the backlog estimated to be some 2.5 million families in need of housing. The ACDP is, however, hopeful that this bill will bring this struggling department a step closer to restoring the dignity of our people and lead to a swift eradication of asbestos and mud houses, which pose both serious health and safety risks. Chairperson, our people deserve to live in safe and secure spaces with their dignity intact, as it is their basic human right. The ACDP stands ready to fulfill and realize this promise come 2024 national elections. Thank you. The ACDP supports this report.
Thank you very much, honorable member. The UDM.
No declaration, Chair. UDM supports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. ATM. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the opportunity this afternoon. Allow me to, at the very outset, the National Freedom Party will support the report bill tabled here today. Yes, indeed, I think this particular sector has lots and lots of challenges and concerns that must be raised, and they are often raised. Particularly, I think the corruption when we talk about housing and housing projects falling under local authorities or local municipalities. The poor quality, and I think we've seen that in the West Coast 2 years ago. So despite those buildings being condemned and concerns that were raised by those communities, those houses were allowed to be occupied by our people, and not long after that, we found that it collapsed. Now, the question is, we pay a lot of money, if you really look at it, and what is very obvious is that we don't get value for money in terms of the quality. Question is why? It is because of the number of middlemen that make money out of this. The corruption between officials and politicians is the root cause as to why we have poor. The next question we should ask ourselves is the size of these rooms. Can you imagine having just one room, expecting 5, 6, and 10 people to be staying there with no proper sanitation facilities? Some is outside, of course, some of them are inside. I think we need to be mindful of those things. But I think what is very important that this bill will provide some kind of assurance that the quality of homes that will be provided will be better, that there will be a higher level of oversight and compliance to ensure that service providers who are currently getting away with murder in terms of poor quality household and things will then eventually start learning to provide better service. But I think what is important to note that government has over the period of time delivered a lot of houses, RDP houses particularly, and yeah, of course, with the growing number, if we saw last year, 91,000 children gave birth. All of them at some stage are going to be part of the housing somewhere, whether it's informal or not, whether it's private or public sector, they all are going to. So there is a need to enhance this industry to ensure there's protection for consumers as far as that is concerned. And when it comes to complaints, you cannot expect complaints to be attended to by the very same people or municipalities or local authorities that have been colluding with these people. You know, 14 million people in this country, disadvantaged people, have been over a period of time provided with RDP house. So we cannot sit here and say government has not done anything at all. Indeed, they have delivered. But a lot more can be done. The NFP will support this report. Thank you very
much. Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable members on the visual platform, please take care of your gadgets. The Honorable Sifai.
Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the adoption of the Housing Consumer Protection Bill report because it aligns with the government objectives of strengthening government capacity and capability to deliver high quality houses to our people. There shall be houses, security and comfort. We're here to affirm the ANC government's building an ethical, capable and developmental state. What a better way to implement such a commitment than to the state capabilities to regulate and ensure compliance within the housing construction sector. We are convinced, just as our people have demonstrated in the public hearings, that true housing and consumer protection bill will provide for our people. And they do believe that is this is a whole transformation of the housing industry in totality. Our democratic constitution guarantees each South African a right to adequate housing. The ANC government has provided close to 4 million people with houses. However, some of these houses provided to our people have no title deeds as guaranteed in the constitution. They are not adequate houses. We have listened to the people who raised their concerns about the substandard service that some have received from our government, from the appointed service providers. Honorable members, people have told us that the National Home Builders Restoration Council which is charged with ensuring the government provided housing or any other built houses comply with the housing code and standard, is nowhere to be found amongst the communities. Today, the people are confident that the passing of this bill by Parliament will ensure the visibility of national and ensure that the houses that are being built, regulations. Kungenjalo bazawufumana isidelo, bazawufumana izigwegwe abo bangakhi ngokwanelisekileyo. As the African National Congress, we are also confident and support the proposed the National Home Builders Regulatory Council commitment to regulate the building industry. One of the home builders who are qualified in the country. Honorable Chair, our people are excited by the objectives of the Housing Consumer Protection Act, but are also cautious. During the public hearings, the people have told us that in their communities, that those individuals who have capabilities and capacity to build adequate houses, and they've done so many years without houses having structural defects. However, these individuals do not have the necessary building certificates, and this act should advantage them that opportunity. Skills development will be given in this process, and their development growth will be enhanced and their dignity. Honorable Chairperson, we take seriously the concern raised by our people about not excluding them from the economic opportunities provided through the housing development projects. The matter is something that both the Department of Employment, Labor, Department of Higher Education, and training sectors need to address as a matter of urgency, which we as the Portfolio Committee will follow up closely. The registration of qualified home builders will go a long way in addressing poor workmanship, not only in government-led housing projects, but for people in general. A registered home builder will have knowledge of importance of registering recently built houses so that the homeowners can benefit through the structural defects in the. By ensuring that housing codes are followed, the legislation promotes formal human settlement. And Honorable Chairperson, some of us have observed in our communities ukwakhiwa kwezindlu eziphakamileyo, multi-story houses, kwi-CBD areas of our cities. Ngohlobo oluxabisekileyo nolungxamileyo, ingakumbi izindlu ezakhiwa ngabantu abaphuma kulamazwe angentla apha koMzantsi Afrika. Indlela ethi zikhawuleziswe ngayo ukwakhiwa kwazo iyoyikisa kakhulu, iyaxoxisa kananjalo. Siyayazi ukuba kukho abantu kwiindawo ezihlala kuzo abangozulakha abazakuthi urhulumente akangeni indawo umntu kule ndlu ndiyakhileyo, indlu yam le. Kodwa xana kukho ingxaki nendlu leyo, umntu uyazi amasango karhulumente. Kungoko ke sisithi siyi-African National Congress, xana kunokwamkelwa lo mthetho sabe kanti sonke sikhuselekile singabantu belizwe. Rooming of multi-story houses, of these houses, our people, because they can afford to build their houses, sometimes do things not in line with the government regulation. It is our considered view that the consumer housing bill will ensure that people comply with the housing. The African National Congress fully and report on the public hearings. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jafta.
The Housing Consumer Protection Bill aims to amend the provisions of the for amongst others, the protection of housing consumers. A housing consumer is defined as any person who has acquired or is in the process of acquiring a home for the purpose of owning that home. The owner of a Sectional Titles Act the holder of a housing interest as defined in Section 1 of the Housing Development Schemes for Retired Persons, the beneficiary in terms of a subsidiary housing program contemplated in the National Housing Code, and the beneficiary of a housing development as contemplated in the Section 1 of the Social Housing Act. The broad definition doesn't appear in the Principal Act and is welcome. The bill retakes the Home Builders Registration Council, which is now called the National Home Building Regulatory Council. The council's mandate is to establish and maintain an integrated database which must consist of a registered home enrollment of homes, any other register. The registration of homes envisaged in the bill is another welcome development. Housing consumers will be provided warranty protection, including in cases where home builders fail to comply with their obligations in terms of the bill. It is also groundbreaking that a home builder or developer who fails to register or retain the registration status as a home builder or a developer is not exempted from liability in terms of the bill. Simply put, the penal regime of Section 78 will remain, whether or not a home builder or a developer is registered with the National Home Building Regulatory Council. We therefore, Honorable Chair, support the progressive bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. PAC. The Honorable Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The bill before us is one that ought to have taken careful consideration to consumer rights at large. To name some precise ones, the right to safety, choice, the right to be informed, the right to consumer education, and the right to be heard. Unfortunately, the process leading up to this bill being in the House today has proven to fall short of ensuring these rights are thoroughly afforded. Whilst unlike many other bills, the public hearings took 6 months, the reality though is that very few inputs were gathered out of the 894 oral submissions which related to the bill itself, falling short on the right for consumers to be heard on the actual bill and its intent. The spectacular failure to educate citizens about the bill and its intentions was at the helm, as less than 15% of attendants in the various public hearings had not actually had an opportunity to be informed through public education as a result of poor planning. This was an opportunity citizens took with both hands and resulted in the engagements and inputs being more about the poor and inhumane living conditions the department has subjected citizens of this country to, especially the most vulnerable. We continuously heard the same tune throughout the various provinces of houses and conditions that clearly articulated that citizens were not worthy of decent and good quality human settlement conditions, but rather poor service delivery. The bill is giving excessive powers to the minister alone, powers of appointing the board, determining fees, fines, liabilities, time periods for issuing certificates of registration, which we all know poses a threat in as far as abuse of powers is concerned, opening up for card-carrying ANC members to benefit and be exempt from consequences where necessary. It was essential for us to put at the forefront of our inputs that would indeed ensure the protection of housing consumers and the industry stakeholders at large by minimizing and leaving no space for notorious ANC corruption. One of the ways was to ensure that minimum competencies of CEO and CFO positions respectively, which were not listed, were listed in the bill, so as to ensure that no jobs for PALs and zero tolerance when it comes to the recruitment of critical positions, making no place for fake or fraudulently obtained qualifications. Chairperson, before us lies an opportunity for the ANC government to do right by those who have been left behind for many years. However, we know exactly how this opportunity will be taken advantage of, as citizens have never taken priority under this government. The reality and facts speak for themselves as to who leads when it comes to good governance and quality service delivery. It is the Democratic Alliance. And we know who fails at it. It is the government of the day. The DA will continue without fail to stand up for those who are unable to and ensure a society where citizens are afforded a thorough opportunity and sit in decision-making processes. Public participation to be seen to fulfill its purpose and not an exercise to tick boxes. I thank you, Chair.
You are going to Harvard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Malamacha.
Thank you, Chairperson. And everybody. Let me take this opportunity to make it clear that who feels it knows it right. Not so long I was in the Bilateral municipality where it's governed by the DA. I never saw how people are treated like pigs. An RDP with a bathroom that is less than a meter. They were there. The very same doctors, the very same power who were there, they also complained. And we agreed to go back, and we are told that tomorrow they are allocating. However, we are not surprised that out of all these things, they decide to politicize an issue of the houses. Every time that they know in the dictionary, it has to do with cater deployment. You go to them in the morning is cater deployment. In the evening is cater deployment. We are talking about housing the masses who were previously disadvantageous. They are here representing the leaders of apartheid and ensure that nothing it works, only the leaders of apartheid, it has to exist. They try by all means that our people are not coming any near the city. They try by all means that they even house our people on a railway track. This is how they do this. The DA, we are not surprised. However, we want to put it clear that they don't read. Had they read, they would know that NHBRC got unqualified report. They will report in this house that no, the board has been appointed. There is this threat that is going around that there will be a march on the 20th. Ramaphosa will be removed. No, take a stop. Get cold water, drink.
It will be
Ramaphosa is here beyond 2024. Of course, it's not surprising, ADC. Ibang baruti ba netse o supporte o sebelele palopalo. O thata ba rena ke baruti ba ba sena o netse you support wa bana bana. O ka e boseleja re tshwere ke baruti ba ditsotsi kam. Honorable Chair, at his first oral reply of the year,
even benefit from Pala money.
President Ramaphosa reaffirmed government commitment to the professionalization of the public service. Comrade Powell, we don't run as per our feelings. We professionalize the entire service so that everybody get it right. It can't be correct that you are actually saying a black man is never qualified. The president was here and said the government is clean, it will continue being clean. As the African National Congress, we fully support the contents of the report on the Housing Consumer Bill and the recommendation of our people made through the public hearing, which the Portfolio Committee had embarked on as a requirement of a constitutional obligation. It is a considered view that the bill fosters privatization of the housing constructor sector housing debt. DA being hired and using our own people. At some stage for now, because they're enjoying sitting in this rented house, they think that there will be no day where they will be rejected. Zamani lo budisa mazibuko. Uzena today, Shabamayo are out. Zamani lo budisa musimsimane. It's out there in the cold and it's cold. You are next. Yourself. We listened to our people during the public hearing about how have you been subjected to substandard housing by the government-appointed service. Our people have reminded us of the government constitutional obligation to provide adequate housing. In other words, the people have reminded us that the Freedom Charter has promised that an ANC government will provide not only houses, but security and comfort. We are not just building houses for the sake of building. Communities are demanding of a democratic government to fast-track the passage of the bill so that our government does not continue spending billions on rent to rectify the defects in many of these house development projects. Instead, the money that have been allocated for this rectification to be used to building more houses for the poor and the working class. Normally, when chairperson through the public hearing have demanded quality service from the democratic government, the people have told us that it is in their constitutional right to receive free quality services from their democratic elected government. Now, if you don't know what the bill says and you are in the government, we are questioning your credibility and your qualification, and it might come out as the leader of the opposition who have no any standard 9, because people who don't have standard 10, their problem is not necessarily to write 10, it's to first pass 9. You can't be admitted in 12 if you don't have 9. I doubt these manners. We are confident that through professionalization, public service with public servants imbued with value of Ubuntu, who fully grasp the principle to Billy, our people will gain confidence in government services, especially the working class and the poor, who rely on government services to meet their basic rights. It's not by mistake that
Point of order, Chair.
In our own time.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Malemacha, can you take a seat? There's a point of order.
Yes, it's me, Chair. The speaker there is drowning our speaker.
What's your
Yeah.
point of order, honorable member?
Honorable Chair, I'm here. Honorable Semenya. Honorable Dada is not Dada, whatever. Is drowning our speaker. Can he call him to order?
It's not that. Actually,
Whatever. Let me tell you.
honorable members, order, honorable members. Actually, I ought to be calling the House in order. I ought to be calling the House in order. There's a lot of noise, and we cannot hear the speaker on the platform. You can continue, Honorable Malemacha.
Thank you, Chairman. How do you know time when you are hired gun? Our people during the public hearing have reminded us that there are public servants and private sectors who approve the houses to be compliant with housing code and standards, even though they are clear not meeting the standard. For years, these people have been colluding with the government appointed service provider in provision of shady housing.
Honorable Malemacha, thank you very much. Your time is up. And
Anda. Bongwe. Aliegwe.
Honorable Malemacha. Honorable Malemacha. It should not happen again that you intimidate another member in the House directly. You should do it via the chairperson. You'll never go wrong. You intimidated the chief whip of the opposition. But if you do it via the chairperson, you'll never go wrong. The Honorable Minister of the Human Settlement.
Maybe just starting what Honorable Powell has raised. This bill has been supported support for because kakhulu mase sibheka lana sibheke ukuvikela abantu bakithi sibhekela ukuvikela abantu abampofu sibheke ukuvikela abantu ukuthi bahluphekile abacelile ukuthi uhulumeni wabo okhathalayo uhulumeni onobuntu mawubanakekela ukwazi ukuphasa ukudlulisa lo mthetho ukuze nabo bavikeleke kulabo abamoshayo ezindlini ba understand ukuthi uhulumeni uyimisela ukusebenzela and ukubasebenzela ngasikhathi sonke so ngiyabonga kumalungu wonke namaqembu wonke akwazile ukusupporta process nalabo bahamba njengoba i-committee participate basho ukuthi bayawuxhasa lo mthetho. Honorable Powell, I think Honorable Malimecha has responded, but the reality is that I think we need to be quite honest and fair. The appointment of the board has been done. Competent board, I don't know what you are saying about incompetence in terms of the qualification, in terms of the experience in the board, and also seeing the changes that they've done since they've been here in November 2021. The department can blacklist. It's a process that is done through National Treasury, and we've explained this again and again in the portfolio committee on what needs to be done and what is it that we have done as the department directly. So what you are saying about incompetence, I'm not so sure where you saw incompetence. There's quite a lot of improvement actually that has been done, and the tightening of this bill actually shows that we are serious about and we care about what we are doing in the work, and that's why we were concerned initially when we thought that SDA, you do not support this bill because it's really a progressive bill that protects even the money of government, but puts stringent measures to ensure that we can be able to hold those who are liable accountable. And this is what we understand that all South Africans, especially true Democrats, must be able to support. Honorable Makesini, it's not true, Wagiti Uguti, I mean, NHPRC operator jwale ka cartel la itse gore o tseba efeng NHPRC says because a ke sure o bolela ka ile re bolela ka yona ka ra gona cartel ka ra NHPRC o bua ka gore wa kopanya dilo mmereko di wang ke HDA o tsentšha ko NHPRC mmereko di wang ke PPRA o tsentšha mo ga ino ba matswa ka gore ke tlhakantsu ke o idiago. So what I want to suggest, my dear honorable member, first, understand the mandate of the portfolio, the department, different mandates of each entity before you can make recommendation. Because you consistently make a recommendation now, EFF Nyaka state-owned construction company. I get to really level or get anything the entity department because let's not reinvent the wheel where it's not necessary. Let's close the gaps where they are. And I agree with the issue that we must provide sanitation, and we do commit ourselves. Thank you very much for all those who supported. Yep. Thanks, Chair.
Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Housing Consumer Protection Bill.
Sure. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on prevention of hate crimes and hate speech bill.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party on the visual platform.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I hereby move for this August House to adopt this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objections of the DA.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Noted. Thank you very much. Report agreed to. Honorable members, earlier the Honorable Kwankwa raised an issue about the background that we use, especially on the visual platform. The Rules Committee further agreed to the following guidelines for the use of backgrounds on the visual platform. In terms of the rules for visual sittings of the House, as adopted by the Assembly on the 9th of June 2020, the current rules on order in public meetings and order in debate are applicable in a visual or hybrid meeting. Members on the visual platform are therefore required to conduct themselves as if they were physically present in the House. And members must use the current parliamentary background or a blank background or a blurred background or a static picture of a member without party symbols or statements. Members of the executive may display the national flag or departmental background when on the visual platform. So members, you are kindly requested to observe that. The secretary will read the fourth order.
Second reading debate, prevention of hate crimes and hate speech bill.
The Honorable Makwanishe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members. It is a responsibility of every one of us to break down the barriers of division and create a society where there will be just human beings worthy of human dignity. I know that most of us are working towards a creation of such a society. Notwithstanding the challenges of the moment, such a society is still possible. But for this possibility to have a chance, we need to deal with a minority in our society who still believe that our core foundational values, which include, amongst others, human dignity, equality, the advancement of human rights and freedom, as well as non-racialism and non-sexism, can coexist with backward and barbaric values of hate and dehumanization of other people because they think they are different from them. We have to socialize our children at a very early age that it is healthier and more easy to live with feelings of love and tolerance than to live with feelings of hatred that burdens the soul. Today, we join other nations of the world in not only condemning hate crimes and hate speech, but we are also attaching consequences to such a behavior. The prevention and combating of hate crimes and hate speech has its origins in the founding provisions of our Constitution, which sets out basic values, including human dignity, equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom, as well as non-racialism and non-sexism. Our country continues to suffer the legacy of apartheid and colonialism in the form of prejudice and discrimination. It is clear from the frequent incidents of hate in South Africa, including incidents of racism, that the existing laws are inadequate and do not act as a deterrent. Pepuda, for example, provides victims with a civil remedy that they must pursue in the equality courts. These incidents, motivated by prejudice and discrimination, not only cause harm to the victim and the group with which they are associated, but they are also extremely damaging to social cohesion. As such, there is a need for a clear message that conduct motivated by hate will not be tolerated, and as such, perpetrators will be harshly punished. The bill, therefore, seeks to address the frequently occurring conduct of persons, sometimes violent, who are motivated by clear and defined prejudice. The bill creates the offense of hate crimes and hate speech and puts in place measures to prevent and combat these offenses. Simply put, a hate crime is committed if a person commits an offense, if the underlying offense is motivated by prejudice or intolerance towards the victim based on one or more of the listed characteristics. A conviction in the case of hate crime is to be regarded as an aggravating factor in sentencing. Hate speech occurs when a person intentionally publishes, propagates, advocates,
makes available communications, anything that in a manner that is intended to be harmful or incite harm and to promote or propagate violence based on a defined grounds. A conviction of hate speech attracts a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 8 years or both. In our deliberations, we were mindful of the various concerns raised in connection with this bill, especially those expressed regarding the limitation of the right of freedom of expression in the context of establishing a crime of hate speech. Notably, the bill contains a good faith exemption to the offense of hate speech found in the Constitution, but we have also excluded from the ambit of the hate speech any bona fide interpretation and proselytizing or espousing of any religious conviction, tenet, belief, teaching, doctrine, or writings. The exemption falls away if it advocates hatred that constitute incitement to cause harm on any of the protected grounds. Any right that is enjoyed at the expense of other people's rights, its lifespan is limited, because the oppressed never tolerates oppression in whatever kind or form forever. Former President Mandela's words at the Rivonia trial are very instructive when he said, and I quote, "I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if it needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die." Close quote. The question is what are we prepared to die for? Or what are we prepared to live for? When violence is meted against other fellow human beings, as this tribunal of the people, are we prepared to take a stand, or do we want to kick the can down the road? The greatest crime that these perpetrators are committing is that they violently teach their victims to wear a mask of self-hate and self-doubt. You must wish to be like them and not be proud of who you are, because being who you are invites violence and dehumanization. It is the type of society that Mandela and millions of South Africans across racial lines. Is it the type of a society that Mandela and millions of South Africans across the racial lines fought for? Is this the type of society the people of the world help us to fight for? We are great supporters of education and persuasion, but there are grave acts that need to be punished. My fellow South Africans, by words and deeds, we must cherish the ideals of a democratic and free society in which all people live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. Nelson Mandela and many South Africans were prepared to die for these ideals. We must be prepared to fight and protect these ideals. We must be our brothers and our sisters' keepers. The ANC supports this bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable
Honourable members, the DA has a long and established history of being a liberal party that believes in a free and open society with opportunities for all. The DA has always, without exception, stood up for and defended, often alone, the rights of all South Africans to exercise their rights fully. We are a party that believes in the rule of law, and we vigorously support and uphold the Constitution. We have formalized structures within our party to acknowledge and support vulnerable communities, particularly women and the LGBT community. We actively support women's organizations and condemn gender-based violence in all its iterations. The starting point of a debate on this bill must necessarily be the Constitution. Our Constitution already clearly defines the boundaries of personal freedoms and cloaks with illegality any encroachment on those boundaries. The Constitution gives the necessary guidance on how to deal with these matters and has been fleshed out by various judgments of the High Courts and Constitutional Court. These read in conjunction with each other, provide the necessary guidance on how our courts are expected to approach matters of this nature. The most recent of these decisions is the Constitutional Court Kulani judgment. The court gave guidance that limiting a right such as freedom of expression on grounds not already protected within the Constitution, a less restrictive means to achieve the purpose of curbing hate speech must first be considered. This is the position set out by the highest court in this country. And therefore, it's not only necessary to give it serious consideration during the legislative process, it is currently a binding law and we all are bound to follow it. It is good practice when considering legislation to bear in mind that one should legislate for the worst case scenario, not the best, an expensive lesson all have learned in our recent past. Our assessment of this bill is that as government is not even able to provide statistics on incidents of hate speech since the implementation of PAPUDA, it cannot be concluded that other existing measures to deal with incidents of hate speech are not having any positive effect. We hold the view that this bill seeks to do is to double legislate, thereby taking circumstances that would very seriously aggravating circumstances and which would ordinarily be taken into account in argument of sentence on a balance of probability basis and turn them into an element of a standalone crime requiring proof beyond reasonable doubt. The underlying crime already exists. The burden of proof required for these crimes envisaged by this bill would be very onerous, more so than the existing underlying offences, since they will largely depend on proving state of mind. Failure to prove the hate crime will not prevent a conviction in the underlying offence, but will result in the prosecution being hamstrung in arguments in aggravation, since those circumstances already judged unproven will not be admissible as evidence in aggravating sentence. The downside is, in our view, far greater than the possible upsides. The ANC have stated publicly that they have a political agenda with this bill. That should be a grave concern for all responsible citizens. It will almost certainly have a decidedly chilling effect on freedom of speech and expression and will affect more vulnerable people more seriously. In a move reminiscent of apartheid's curtailment of human rights, a move that is oppressively Orwellian and reminds one sharply of Nazi Germany, the Department of Resources and Energy, Mineral Resources and Energy, has this month issued a tender for a media monitoring service to include an early warning system to provide alerts on incoming media launch attacks on the department and monitoring the tone of journalists. If this does not provide forewarning of the direction of this stated political agenda, then nothing will. This legislation opens doors for abuse, for curtailment of personal freedoms, and I, for one, do not trust this government to resist the temptation. The DA will not support this bill.
Honorable Yako.
Chairperson. Chairperson, we debated this bill at length for quite some time as a committee. And firstly, we must outline how complicated and open to manipulation this bill is. Secondly, we must also outline that although we must align with international laws, we cannot forget who we are as a country and how unique our history as South Africa is. This country has a festering wound that refuses to heal because we have not prodded at it in order to heal it. We cannot run away from the fact that we have organizations in this country that refuse to acknowledge the past and what that past has legacied. Organizations which seek to protect the old rule of law and who want to keep us segregated. This bill will never be a panacea for our social problems if we use it to score political points and protect a history the majority does not identify with. And if we refuse to acknowledge the past and its injustices. So in our submission as the EFF, we highlighted how in truth, many people are discriminated against based on their sexual orientation, on their gender, on their skin, and those injustices must be criminalized by any means necessary. We acknowledge that. As a country, we cannot look at the bill in today's or post-apartheid times and at the same time overlook at the remnants of apartheid that it has left with us. We must first decide what is harm according to court standards. And this is where the gray areas are, because if we as lawmakers cannot clearly define what harm is, that leaves it to the courts to decide. And this bill should be succinct in its definition. So as a people who have been previously disadvantaged, we should be free to sound the clarion call to say that all memorabilia, even in the forms of apartheid memorabilia, which is standing right outside this parliament, must be done away with. Some could view this as hate speech. However, given the history of this country, it can never be linear. The fact that race is a contentious issue and is used by those with money, for instance, AfriForum, who seek to gag political speech by calling it racism, who continue to harass our president and commander-in-chief daily, should never be allowed to prosper. It must be understood that by virtue of the dynamics of this country, Black people cannot be calling a spade only to be persecuted by those who ruled for hundreds and hundreds of years in this country under apartheid, racism, and carnage. So the bone of contention should be who should be persecuted for the crime of hate speech and inciting harm. It should be those who wield that power to oppress, those who own the means such as our land, our mines, our economy. Those are the ones who should be prosecuted for the variant crimes against our people. The truth is, it is Black people who work in farms that are exposed to hate speech and hate crime. The truth is, it is the LGBTQ+ community that is subjected to hate crimes and hate speech in this country. It is people with albinism, for instance, who are subjected to hate crimes and hate speech in South Africa. These are but some examples of what hate crime and hate speeches are and what characterizes them. Speaking about the glaring disparities in this country that continue to thrive, even post-apartheid, should never be termed as hate speech. Though we support the bill, which we do, we must in truth highlight that we as economic freedom fighters will not tolerate elements which seek to gag the truth, that the economy of this country is still in white hands, that the history of this country is still told through the white lens, that the history of this country is not spoken through the Black lens, and we must all the time seek to gain our dignity as people, and that being Black people. However, having said that, the ANC is complicit in hate crime because we sit now with load shedding. We sit now with looted state resources. We sit now being grey listed, and it certainly wouldn't be marching on the 20th of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Manjose.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The French philosopher Voltaire once said, "I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death of your right to say it." I close quote. Freedom of speech is a fundamental tenet of any democracy, and especially ours, and one that should not be limited except in the most serious circumstances. The Hate Crimes Bill admirably seeks to criminalize hate speech and hate crimes in South Africa. While this is a noble goal, we must be extremely mindful of both the pros and cons of the draft bill before the House today. On the one hand, the bill seeks to protect vulnerable groups from discrimination and prejudice. On this, there is no argument or opposition from the IFP. On the other hand, serious concerns do exist that the bill could be weaponized and abused for ulterior motives in instances than those of which it is intended. For example, some worry that the bill could be used to silence political opponents and critics, which would violate their right to freedom of expression. This again cannot be ignored. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right enshrined in our Bill of Rights, while the Constitutional Court in the PLENARY judgment recognized that hate speech is not protected speech. It is essential to note that the limitations on the freedom of expression must and I emphasized must be narrowly defined and extremely applied. The definition of hate speech in the current bill is currently drafted is, in our opinion, far too broad and vague, which could easily lead to overreach and abuse. We believe, as do many who have filed submissions on the bill, that the definition of hate speech should be more narrowly defined to prevent such unintended consequences. In the IFP opinion, our existing laws on the balance sufficient enough to deal with and punish hate speech in South Africa. We have the Constitution, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, as well as the Common Law Offense on crime. In conclusion, while we completely support protecting all in South Africa from discrimination, prejudice, and hate speech, we also have a duty to ensure that the fundamental rights and freedom of all South Africans are not eroded in the process. We'll support the bill, but subject to our serious concerns about the broadly defined definition of hate speech. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Mulder.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Ek het so vir 'n oomblik terug reg oorkant agbare adjunct minister Jeffrey gesit en ons het mekaar in die oë gekyk en ons het vir mekaar geknik en gegroet. Die voormalige leier van die VF+, Dr. Pieter Mulder, het by geleentheid gesê dat dit is net katte en politici wat kan vry en beklei terselfdertyd. Net so 'n ligtelike opmerking. Honourable Chair, on a more serious note, the Freedom Front Plus will take a whole different approach on what we've heard today before me. On the 10th of March, 2023, it was reported on the international media that the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, was arrested in Lahore by the Quetta police. A day after court in New Southwestern Pakistan issued a non-bailable arrest warrant against the former Prime Minister in case of hate speech and incitement against state institutions. The blanket ban on opposition leaders' speeches is a disturbing demonstration of how government, and in this instance, a successive authority, can target critical voices and use the country's regulatory laws to threaten freedom of association and freedom of speech. Honourable Chair, on the 1st of February 2023, during the committee deliberations on the bill, and after I've expressed my concern on the bill, the Honourable Deputy Minister of Justice made the following comments. Mr. Mulder is, I'm sure, concerned about his constituency, which I think is more white Afrikaners because they often these racist incidents, or many of them are propagated by that particular group. The Honourable Deputy Minister later acknowledged that the bill can protect white Afrikaners if they were attacked on the basis of their race. The fact that the Honourable Deputy Minister played an active and significant role during the various sessions of the Portfolio Committee and expressed certain biased views demonstrates exactly why this law should not be. In February this year, a state in India banned prayer for healing as it leads to conversion to other faiths and thereby spread discord among people and groups. The allegation is close to the definition of social detriment in the hate speech bill before the House today, Chair, and is also the wording of the hate speech charge against evangelist Simeon Chetty in Durban for preaching that Jesus was greater than the Hindu god Krishna. This was then misconstrued superiority for Christians over Hindus as a group. The matter was later settled out of court. The Freedom Front Plus disagrees that there is a rise in incidents of hate speech in South Africa other than what is instigated by certain politicians for political gain. Rather, crime statistics would indicate that these rose and peaked at the time of the 1994 transition and have slowly decreased since then. Ironically, hatred and intolerance towards political groups was in fact a feature of the so-called People's War of the ANC. Any factor that is focused on by a group seems bigger. The grouping believes something more common if they can think of case examples that I've read recently. Chair, our courts are already overutilized and understaffed. Not enough judges, magistrates, poorly trained and equipped investigating officers and prosecutors. If the bill is passed in Parliament today, time will prove it will be ill-fated, impossible to enforce, and just another example of poor legislation and wasteful expenditure. The Freedom Front Plus will oppose the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Swartz.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Constitutional Court held that freedom of expression lies at the heart of a democracy. And the Constitution recognizes that individuals in our society need to be able to hear, form, and express opinions and views on a wide range of matters. Similarly, the court held that the right to religious freedom includes the right to entertain such religious beliefs as the person chooses, the right to declare religious beliefs openly and without fear of hindrance or reprisal. Any legislative measures that limit these freedoms must be approached with great circumspection. And the ACDP believes that the bill before us will have a limiting effect on these freedoms, despite the welcome exemptions and improvements. According to the Kulani Constitutional Court judgment, let's just consider what hate speech is. Hate speech travels beyond mere offensive expression and can be understood as extreme detestation and vilification, which risks provoking discriminatory activities against that group. Thus, expressions that are merely hurtful, especially when understood in everyday parlance, are insufficient to constitute hate speech. Offensive speech is protected by freedom of expression. Now, the ACDP fully appreciates that there are and have been deplorable incidents of hate crimes and hate speech, which must be dealt with the full force of the law. No one, in whatever setting, should be allowed to make statements that advocate hatred and incite violence. And this is a totally acceptable limitation on the freedom of expression. However, our view is that the bill before us today goes too far in the first place, and secondly, that there is sufficient legislation and common law already in place to deal with hate speech and with hate crimes. Chairperson, if one considers as well that the definitions, whilst we have worked on the definitions and tried to contribute to make them narrower, if one considers the definition of harm, it's still very broadly defined as any emotional, psychological, physical, social, or economic harm. What does social harm mean? This is far too widely defined and can be abused. Now, we also are concerned that hate speech laws have been used internationally against Christians. There are numerous cases in which Christian street preachers, laymen, not clergymen, have been persecuted. For example, in the United Kingdom and elsewhere, for alleged hate crimes, and then later acquitted after lengthy appeals. This illustrates not only the need for the current religious exemption clause, but also the need for it to be strengthened as we advocated to protect every believer and not just the clergy. Crucially, most of these cases involved speech that stopped well short of inciting violence. And so for these reasons, the ACDP, whilst we welcome the improvements, is regrettably not able to support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. UDM? ATM? Wood?
Yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, South Africa is a country where we often celebrate our diversity through the languages we speak or the cultures we embody. This diversity is, however, a two-sided coin, as many of our individualities can be used as a catalyst for hate. The bill that is before us today sets out one of its core objectives as being combating prejudice and intolerance. Discrimination against those of a different gender, race, nation of origin, members of the LGBTQIA community, or people living with disabilities requires our people to fight for their right to dignity on a daily basis. The proposed victim statement outlined in the bill will be vital in ensuring that those who are targeted have a louder voice than before, as well as making the justice process more efficient. Any economical, psychological, social, or physical damage suffered can be compensated in a more efficient way, which will enable victims to seek to protect their dignity. Chairperson, the effectiveness of this bill will rely on the cabinet members that the President allocates to this cause. But perhaps the most important role of those entrusted in implementing this bill is those of us who must lead by example. In the past 24 hours, we've seen a DA MP blatantly use autism as a basis to mock a young woman who has used her voice to fight climate change. This is evidence of the culture of discrimination that still exists in this country, not hiding in the cracks or crevices, but unrepentant, and even from those who occupy elected office. This is the task that the cabinet member assigned to this bill will need to tackle, and we urge them to engage with these communities and show through action that their voices matter. Good will always be a microphone to bolster the voices of this country, and especially those who others have attempted to discriminate against or to silence. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was given a message to apologize on behalf of Honourable Kwankwa. I think we are aware that he's attending IPU and having a network problem and things. Along the National Freedom Party will support this report and the bill before us. I think what we cannot run away from is the fact that there is more hate speech today than we've ever had in South Africa. There is more hate crimes today than we've ever experienced in the past. And there is no doubt about the Chairperson, it's getting progressively worse every single day. In fact, if I had it my way, I will also call for legislation, particularly the election, in no uncertain terms, tell people on the ground what they want them to hear with all kinds of promises and never go back. So maybe at some stage we should even look at that. Now, we know in this country, many people use hate speech for relevance. Some of them have problems with the LGBTIQ communities. Some of them for relevance with religion. Some of them, of course, for relevance with race. So if you think that apartheid was bad, as far as racism is concerned, it's getting progressively worse in South Africa. So any legislation that is going to be approved and made into law that will protect the rights of individuals in this country must be supported. And in order to protect the rights, we believe that this bill before us is the correct decision that is being made by this court. And many of them that may want to oppose this for their own selfish reasons. But I think what they are forgetting that the purpose of this bill, which they cannot deny, is to reduce or eradicate the amount of hate speech and hate crimes that exist in the country. If you look at the statistics in South Africa, it's alarming, Chairperson, on the number of people that have died in this country as a result of crime. So I cannot understand why there is this level of fear, amongst people that now this is coming out because some political party wants to have overriding power and restriction on what they want to say. Politicians have been saying what they want to say for ages, and nobody is even stopping them from all these deceit and lies and misleading the public and things like that of that nature. For years, members of parliament and other public representative chairpersons have been using hate speech with no protection to the people that are on the receiving end. So indeed, the National Freedom Party is of the opinion that this must be supported. And I hope that it will pass today so that we could implement it. And we say again, it's as good as its implementation so that we can protect all South Africans. Like former President Nelson Mandela said, we are all one. We are a rainbow nation.
Thank you very
We
much,
are all
Honourable
the children
Member.
of one God. Let us treat them and respect them accordingly. Thank you.
The Honourable New Vote Joachim. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
The word "we," which reflects inclusiveness, was never appeared. When we look at the social construct of our country, There was an us and in them, building a nation and promoting national unity is the historical objective of the ANC. To borrow from the words of our Honorable Minister Lamola, our Constitution is a social contract that binds all of us not to forget our past, but to create an inclusive South Africa, which at its core is non-racial and non-sexist. The Constitution is the basis upon which to undo the deep-seated racial prejudices that continue to play out in our communities. Human dignity is a central value of the objective normative value system established by the Constitution. In the Constitutional Court, in the case of Dawood versus Minister of Home Affairs, it was explained that the Constitution asserts dignity to contradict our past in which human dignity for Black South Africans was routinely and cruelly denied. It asserts too, to inform the future, to invest in our democracy, respect with intrinsic worth of all human beings. Human dignity, therefore, informs the constitutional adjudication and interpretation at various levels. It is a value that informs many, possibly all other rights. Humanity's historical development across the world is littered with hatred of various intensity, fueling, in many instances, blood conflicts, and leaving behind a litany of injustices. It is important that we confront hatred as the root cause of many social, economic, and political challenges that humanity has been seized with for time immemorial. Racial discrimination has existed for centuries in South Africa and was extended by the support of the pre-democratic judiciary to other aspects of life. For example, in 1911, the case of Moller versus Amos School Committee, which concerned racial segregation in state schools. The white parents objected to their children attending school with Black children. At that time, there was no statute that sanctioned racial separation in the schools. But the Chief Justice, Henry de Villiers, he considered race to be a relevant consideration in judicial interpretation. He held that the prejudice in the schools is the determination. The effect of that, even without compelling legislation, was that state schools would be segregated. Although as a country, South Africa has made enormous strides, particularly in eradicating the formal inequalities and establishing successful democratic institutions. However, hate crimes have from time to time reared their ugly heads. Case in point, Yudi Simelane, a highly skilled footballer from Mpumalanga, suffered a brutal, undignified death. She was stripped naked, stabbed, assaulted, and gang raped. This despicable acts were done supposedly to cure her of her sexual orientation. During the trial, when accused by the reporters, the accused muttered, "I'm not sorry," as he was led away from the dock. Acts such as these are motivated by social bias on the identity with reference to the nation, religion, origin, sexual orientation, gender, or gender identity of the victim. And they are forms of biased motivated violence. They are the antithesis of our constitutional order. The bill is therefore critical for the realization of a united nation. while it's not a silver bullet, but the status quo cannot continue to exist. We cannot turn a blind eye to hate crimes and hate speech. This bill will allow hate crimes and hate speech to be comprehensively prosecuted. Chairperson, the ANC supports the bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Jafta.
Thank you, Chair. The Prevention of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill deals with a sensitive area of our history, implicating a number of issues, no less racism. While racism is not the only ground on which hate crime may be perpetrated, it remains the most symbolic. The bill, some argue, fails to cover sufficient ground as it replicates both the common law and the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act on hate speech and hate crime. These claims are not credible. While Penny Sparrow and other racists have been convicted of hate speech or crimen injuria under the common law, there is no evidence to suggest that this bill will not blunt the extent of hate crime and speech in this country, which have spiraled out of control. The shoddy work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and its recommendations have not stopped acts of hate on the basis of race. What amplifies this anomaly is that economic inequality thrives under a climate of race-sponsored systemic practices. Racists do not wish to change their cultural behavioral attitudes. This systematically becomes embedded into our national consciousness. The spirit of the bill therefore recognizes the need to give effect to our obligations in terms of the Constitution and international international human rights instruments concerning racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia. It is a progressive piece of legislation that will establish a society that is based on democratic values of social justice, human dignity, equality, and the advancement of human rights. Honorable Chair, we do not wish to enter the academic debate whether racism can be perpetrated by African majority. That debate is a digression. The equality clause in our Constitution is instructive in this regard. The nub of the issue, which is our default position, is that hate crime must be regulated and punished by law. We support the bill, Honorable Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, when you read the bill, you think that it was drafted by a bull in a China shop. Honorable Chair, we heard from the former Pakistan Prime Minister and someone, Minister from Finland, has been charged with hate speech. So I want you to note that the next target would be the Commander-in-Chief. This bill is a threat to our political and religious freedom. The definition needs to be narrowed down, the definition of hate speech, and we need to strengthen the exemption clause. Since we understand that the crafting and implementation of the hate speech bill is necessary in a post-South Africa to protect individuals, groups, communities from insensitive racist remarks, has the drafting team done sufficient research so as not to restrict individuals' groups' freedom of expression? Our position is that it is not so, and now we depend on the NCOP and we depend on the presidency to give leadership in this regard, because if one studied this bill, there is no leadership shown. It is, many people call it an anti-Afrikaner bill. It also means that this is a blow to the reconciliation that we've been trying to achieve in South Africa You don't need the 10-pound sledgehammer to sort out the racism. So Honorable Chair, our Jamaah is going to depend on the presidency and we depend on the NCOP to give leadership and guidance in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Juan.
Voorsitter, met baie goeie rede, die wat ons vooruitgegaan het in die grondwet geskryf het tydens die eerste parlement besluit, die grondwet sal nie haatspraak op grond van ras, etnisiteit, geslag of geloof beskerm nie. Voorsitter, party sê vandag hierdie wet word genoodsaak deur die toename in haatspraak en haatmisdaad, maar statistieke hieroor bestaan nie. Die adjunkminister het stryk deur in die komitee geargumenteer dat ons boonop in terme van internasionale ooreenkomste en verdrae onder 'n verpligting is om haatspraak te kriminaliseer. Maar nie een van die verdrae waartoe ons land 'n party is, plaas so 'n verpligting op ons nie. Op die beste word van ons verwag ons met maatreëls het teen haatspraak, welke natuurlik in terme van die gemeenereg en Papoeda sedert 2000 reeds op die wetboek is. Hierdie konsepwet gaan boonop veel verder as die kriminalisering van haatgemotiveerde spraak wat nie grondwetlike beskerming geniet nie, en verder selfs is die seksuele oriëntasie soos behandel in die Kwalani saak. Die terme geslagsidentiteit of uitdrukking en geslagseienskappe word in die konsepwet vervleg met die begrip seksuele oriëntasie. Terwyl ons almal moet solidariteit betoon met diegene wat soos wat in die onlangse jare al meer gebeur, op 'n wisselende of vloeibare manier as vrou of as man, of as geen geslag nie, of as 'n geslag wat nie vasgepen of beskryf kan word nie identifiseer, en hul reg om hierdie identiteit aan te pas en uit te oefen, moet beskerm. Neem dit nie weg nie, voorsitter, dat internasionaal aanvaar word dat vir 'n groep om deur strafregtelike haatspraak of haatmisdaad wetgewing beskerm te kan word, so 'n groep reeds oor 'n lang tydperk onderwerp moes gewees het aan sistemiese diskriminasie. Hierdie konsepwet sal egter enige een wat oor hierdie vloeibaarheid kritiek of selfs twyfel uitspreek, of dit nie wil akkommodeer nie, blootstel aan 'n kriminele rekord en soveel as 8 jaar tronkstraf. Die adjunkminister sal natuurlik argumenteer dat daar 'n sogenaamde objektiewe toets is om eers te bepaal of 'n slagoffer skade gely het en wat die slagoffer se waardigheid aangetast het voor skuldigbevinding. Maar emosionele of sielkundige of selfs sosiale skade is genoeg om skuldigbevinding te regverdig. Subjektiewe toestande wat bloot objektief bepaal moet word. Die toets is nie of 'n redelike persoon in dieselfde omstandighede hierdie trauma en verlies aan waardigheid sou ondervind nie. Die slagoffer se belewenis alleen is bepalend. When it comes to intent, the bill also does not exclude the obligation on all of us to foresee the possibility that a fragile individual might easily suffer emotional and even psychological trauma and harm because of something we say. In such circumstances, even the journalist that merely reports, the pastor, rabbi, or imam who merely preaches, and even the academic who merely makes unwelcome scientific findings might all find themselves having a criminal record, just because they could be deemed to have foreseen that their speech could cause emotional trauma and harm, and despite this, they proceeded to speak. The so-called partial exemption in these circumstances are make-believe and contradictory, because for as long as the test to determine harm is not completely objective, even the second leg of the test, the threshold for speech to be deemed as propagating hatred will be lowered. And the Deputy Minister to follow in this debate, Chair, is sure to repeat his high school level debate strategy in the committee and come and say that those who oppose the bill are opposing the fight against racism and prejudice. Deputy Minister, here's the question this argument raises. Does that mean the ANC up to now has not been part of that fight? Chair, our constitution closely resembles a stance which says, except in the case of constitutionally unprotected speech, we must protect at all costs the right of someone whose views differs from us to air those views. On this score, this bill is and will remain constitutionally deficient, a blunt instrument which erodes, hollows out, and threatens freedom of expression and freedom of religion. This bill should not be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Masago Jela.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, before I can even go on here, I have to start with the IFP and ACDP. Here, we are not limiting any right, but enhancing and making them clearer and empowering to our people who suffers injustice every day. And also we are making sure that the preachers must stay on the line. When you preach the gospel, stop talking things that will be very insultive to people. With that, Chair, if we were to ask first-year law students why we need to have laws, the answers are mostly likely to vary. Such answers are most likely to include the answers such as, we need laws to control social relations and conduct, to ensure that the society functions effectively and survives. It is necessary to establish norms of acceptable conduct. Although these norms are generally accepted by members of the society and are included in the legal order, social interaction will inevitably lead to dispute because of conflicting interests of individuals and groups. The law tells people what they must do or refrain from doing. Without laws, there would be no code of what is acceptable conduct. Without laws, anarchy and chaos would occur in society. While we have made great strides by enacting progressive legislation in an effort to foster social cohesion since the dawn of democracy, the damage caused by centuries of colonial rule, the entrenched division, degradation, humiliation, and hate, it's still embedded in the minds of people. The consequences of apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity, still exist. Chairperson, it still shocks us that a first-year white university student with a bright future who never lived through the apartheid period could perform a dehumanizing act of urinating on the property of a fellow Black student. Secondly, the story of Belinda Mega, the woman allegedly behind a voice note calling for blacks to be killed instead of pit bulls. That tells you that there's something wrong, Chair. A recent racial incident that sent shockwaves throughout the country of 3 white men who have been charged with crimes, including attempted murder after an alleged racist attack on 2 Black boys. The men were caught on video assaulting the teenagers who were using a swimming pool at the Marcelspoort resort in Free State Province. The men were trying to prevent the teenagers from swimming, claiming that the pool was reserved for white people. These incidents are indicative of the deep structural harm rooted in racial discrimination. Every day we learn of hate crimes committed against women, persons living with disabilities, and members of the LGBTIQ community. We ask ourselves, what must we do? Even with progressive laws and well-acclaimed constitution, as legislators, we have a role to play. The way forward must be through respect for human rights and proper accountability of all those who have committed hate crimes and hate speech. Decriminalization and racism are infectious threats, both to human dignity and to our own relationship as human beings. They weaponize contempt, they humiliate and violate human rights, fueling grievances and despair and obstructing development. There is a need to recreate ourselves as a people. We have a duty to inculcate a culture of respect for human rights and tolerance. From early childhood development level, children must have an appreciation that certain behavior is wrong and is punishable by law. The perpetuation of hate crimes and hate speech cannot go without there being consequences. In terms of the bill, the state, the South African Human Rights Commission, and the Commission of Gender Equality have a duty to promote awareness of the prohibition against hate crime and hate speech, aimed at the prevention and combating of these offenses. It will be very important for programs to be developed in order to conduct education and information campaigns to inform the public about the prohibition against hate crimes and hate speech, aimed at the prevention and combating of these offenses, training public officials on the prohibition, prevention, and combating of hate crime and hate speech, which training must include social context. Training will also be critical. In respect of the offense of hate speech, Chair, a prosecution may only be instituted on the authorization of the Director of Public Prosecutions having jurisdiction. Chair, re tshwantse ho tseba hore mantswe ha se monwana, ha wa khutli. Whatever you say, it goes deeper and it causes damage that stays there forever, more so to the little ones. Asidlali, we are serious. We want to see non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous South Africa, and will not rest until we attain it. The ANC support the bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Honourable House Chair, and thanks to all the members who participated in this debate. It's interesting seeing which parties are in support of the bill and which are not, but I'll get onto that later. Just to start with the Honourable Majosi from the IFP, who was concerned about weaponizing of the and abuse of the bill. And look, I welcome the IFP's support for the bill, and we can engage further in the NCOP.
Sorry, Honourable Member. We can continue.
Okay, thanks. Just to the Honourable Majosi, who was concerned about the bill being weaponized and leading to abuse and used to silence political opponents. The bill does have political affiliation or conviction as a characteristic for a hate crime. And that's partially there because we know in KwaZulu-Natal that people were killed because of their political conviction or their political affiliation. So that needs to be a hate crime. But that issue of political affiliation or conviction is not a ground for hate speech. It's going to be the courts that are going to, first of all, the National Director of Public Prosecutions will be the person who decides whether there's going to be a prosecution. And secondly, it's the courts who are going to adjudicate on this bill. The issue of hate speech is following the Kwelane judgment. It's communicating things that are intended to be harmful or incite harm and promote or propagate hatred because of the group a person belongs to. And the grounds for hate speech are more limited than the characteristics for hate crimes. Because we didn't want to limit freedom of expression, as you've heard from other speakers, there's a higher test for hate speech for artists, the media, academics, and Honourable Swat, people preaching religious views, not the clergy, people preaching religious views, as long as these do not advocate hatred that constitutes incitement to cause harm. And Honourable Swat, you should have said while you were saying you opposed it because this was limited to the clergy, which it's not. You should tell everybody you and the DA wanted to limit harm to physical harm. So basically, it doesn't matter what names you call people. That you didn't want to be covered. Despite what the opposition parties, well, some of the opposition parties, the DA, the FF Plus, the ACDP and Al Jamaa, despite what they may be doing to score political points and creating all sorts of conspiracy theories, I want to make it very clear that the bill is not targeting any particular group of people. It applies to everyone equally, and it provides broader protection to everyone in society. The bill does not, as the DA said in a recent statement, which is not dated, but I saw Honorable Engelbrecht used it as the basis for his speech. I don't know if they wouldn't let you say your own things. No, it's in, I can show you the statement. Anyway, the bill does not, as the DA states in a recent statement, criminalize discriminatory behavior. It only criminalizes defined hate crimes and defined hate speech. And whoever is shouting, please look at your own statement. It's what Engelbrecht says, Honorable Engelbrecht spoke about earlier. We need this bill because we are seeing a growth in hatred of different groups of people, both in South Africa and internationally. The bill will allow South Africa to more effectively investigate and prosecute hate crimes. It will enable us to record hate crimes and ensure that the cases are victim-centered and the directives are issued to the police and prosecution as to how to deal with hate crimes. Honorable Engelbrecht, you said from the statement that we didn't supply stats on Papuda, but we weren't asked for stats on Papuda. The department was asked for criminal instances of hate speech. When it comes to Papuda, as others have said, it's a civil remedy, it's not sufficient. The state needs to ensure that people are punished for hate speech and not put the onus on the victim as in a civil case. And criminal injuria is not sufficient as a common law crime. It's not surprising that countries across the world have hate crimes and hate speech legislation, and it's working. And Honorable Horn, I would advise you to read the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Article 4A, which requires countries to declare these issues as an offense that's punishable by law. But anyway, in the DA's statement, Honorable Engelbrecht didn't get to this point. They state that there has been no research done as to whether countries that have passed similar legislation have been able to increase convictions of such crimes, and statistics available regarding such cases in the UK suggest that legislation has not had these results. This is simply not true. According to the UK government, in the year ending March 2022, there were 155,000 hate crimes recorded by the police in England and Wales, a 26% increase on the previous year. And the issue seems to be its uncertainty as to whether the increase is a genuine rise or rather due to continued recording improvements and more victims having the confidence to report these crimes to the police. And according to the UK's Crown Prosecution Services, of the reported cases, 80% that resulted in convictions, over 80% resulted in convictions. The irony is that people opposed to this bill claim that they believe in freedom of speech, yet when they themselves are attacked by others, they're the first to claim that they've been victims of hate speech. Others appear to be concerned that they or their members or supporters may be prosecuted for racist or homophobic utterances. Certain religious institutions say the most horrific things about LGBTI persons and then hide behind their religious convictions. And I don't understand this homophobia from some religious denominations. For me, God is about love. So why do they want to say nasty things about people who are born a particular way? I was also interested to note that the FW de Klerk Foundation recently hosted a virtual meeting with Solidarity, AfriForum, Christian View Network, Freedom of Religion South Africa, Cause for Justice, the Institute Race Relations, and others. And they said in the minutes that in addition, the broad term sexual orientation could include pedophilia and bestiality. Now, what planet do they come from? The DA has said they oppose the bill, and it may be a combination of wanting to protect racists, homophobes, or supporting absolute free speech. In the issue of, they did not want sexual orientation to be included in the bill. They've then changed that to say, no,
thank you very much.
okay, well, I'll
Minister.
look at publishing. You don't want to hear your own speech. Honorable Chair, just one issue is on the order paper, the bill is down as the.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Can I just raise the point? Point of order, I have taken it up with the table. On the order paper, the bill is down.
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is up.
Yes, can I just raise the point of order?
No, the time is up.
You'll raise it, okay. The issue is that the bill is wrongly portrayed on the order paper.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? Honorable,
House Chair,
Councillor.
the DA calls for a division.
Recording stopped.
honorable members, division having been called, the bells will be rung
Recording in
for
progress.
5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
The bill is the prevention of hate speech. That's what's on the order paper.
Oh,
But in fact, it's prevention and combating. You have told the table. That's what I want. Sorry about that. No, it's fine. I understand.
voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I will request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Party whips, members present, and indicate if they vote for, or vote against the party vote, may do so by informing the chair. Order. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the said bill be read a second time. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist if needs be. Are there party whips ready to record? Are the party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? ANC?
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the ANC is voting in full support. ANC on the virtual platform is 141, ourselves here on virtual. In the physical attendance, 49, which totals up to 204, and we vote in full support. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. DA?
House Chair, apha eParliamente singamashumi mahlanu. Apha ku-online singamashumi mahlanu. Apha eParliamente.
Online we are 50 and in the chamber.
It's just translation.
Sorry, we can start from the beginning.
Kwi-online platform, House Chair, singamashumi mahlanu. Apha eParliamente ngaphakathi silishumi linesixhenxe. Itotali ngamashumi asithandathu anesixhenxe. Siya objecta kulo mthetho, House Chair.
Thank you. EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. Virtually, EFF has 29 members. Physically, there's 6 of us in the House, and we vote in favor of the bill.
Thank you. IFP?
Thanks, Chairperson. We are 7 on virtual platform and 2 in the House in favor of.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 3 members in the House and we are 5 on the virtual platform. There's a total of 8 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
1 online, Chair, and 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Sure. UDM? UDM? ATM? Good.
House Chair, I believe there's just 1 online and we vote in favor.
Sure. NFP?
Good day, Chair. 1 on virtual in support. Thank you.
Yeah. AIC? COPE? PAC?
PAC Chair 1 and we are voting in favor.
Yeah. Al Jamal?
1 in the House, we vote against.
Thank you. Honorable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party?
Honorable Chairperson,
Honorable Singh?
yeah, I'm on the virtual. Sorry, I'm reading my camera because I'm out of the country. I'm not sure about what the chief whip of the ANC said. Was it 141 and 49 or 149 and 41, which should total 190? But I heard her say 204. So I wonder if Honorable Pengu can correct that or say whether I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Whip.
I can correct that on my own.
Thank you, Chair. Other honorable members or Chief Whip would like to correct it?
Yes, I can correct that on my
Honorable
own.
Chief Whip.
Yes, thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, we were 204, but I've since realized that other members dropped when you closed. So the correct figure is 190 in total. We were 204, but other people dropped. So I was just about to correct that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Still,
Thank you, honorable members. The voting session is now closed. Thank you very much, honorable members. The results of the division is as follows. The Ayes 237 and the Noes 79. There were no abstentions. The question is accordingly agreed to, and the secretary will read the bill a second time.
Prevention and Combating of Hate Crime and Hate Speech Bill.
Thank you very much.
Well read.
The secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on Independent Communications Authority of South Africa Performance Management System pursuant to Section A of the Icasa Amendment Act number 13 of 2000.
The Honorable Maneli.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, Committee Support Staff, fellow South Africans. I'm humbled to be presenting this committee report in the month of March, a month celebrated in this country as a Human Rights Month. This should present an opportunity for us to assess a regulator like Icasa on how far people have the rights of access to broadcasting services, information, communication technology, and sustainable postal services. This is only possible through a proper performance management system for the institution. Communications Authority of South Africa, Icasa, as the regulator for the broadcasting, information communication technology, ICT, and postal services is governed by the Icasa Act, Act 13 of 2000. This report, therefore, of the committee is pursuant to Section 6, capital letter A of the Icasa Act, which is about the performance management system. Honorable members, Section 6, capital letter A, subsection 1 of the Icasa Act requires the minister, in consultation with the National Assembly, the NA, to establish a performance management system to monitor and evaluate performance of Icasa chairperson and other councillors. The Act requires the National Assembly consideration and approval to pave the way for the implementation of the system. The National Assembly approved the Icasa performance management system in 2012, which expired in 2014 without being fully implemented owing to the following concerns. One, the long process to appoint a retired judge to chair the evaluation panel. Icasa councillors wanting to sign a similar performance agreement because they argued the collective nature of their work. The lack of clear process to appoint the evaluation panel and the blurring lines of accountability. We are therefore presenting a performance management system that amends the 2014 expired one in a way that addresses the challenges and concerns raised in the past. This PMS was envisaged to be implemented in the 2021-2022 financial year. House Chairperson, the committee received a referral from the ATC published on the 18th August 2022 for consideration and adoption of the PMS for Icasa councillors following a letter from the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies on the 2nd August 2022. And on the 2nd September 2022, as part of the consultation process, Parliament Legal Services was requested to ascertain the legal compliance. On the 8th November, the committee met to review the Icasa PMS framework in line with the legal advice received from legal services, deliberated and adopted the revised framework with the changes that were effected. We therefore present a PMS that has been widely consulted upon, including workshopping it with Icasa councillors. I therefore present this report for consideration and approval of the House. I therefore thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Maneli. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The DA.
Dumelang. While the work of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa might mean very little to the men on the street, the work that this entity does touches every aspect of people's lives. As the Democratic Alliance, we believe that the responsibility to hold state-owned companies accountable resides in this august House. A responsibility to ensure that state-owned companies such as Icasa do deliver on their legislative mandate. The objective of the PMS is to ensure that performance of the chairperson and the council of Icasa is monitored and evaluated, and that the authority performs in accordance with the set goals and targets as contained in the approved strategic plan and annual performance plan. The DA is perturbed, Honorable Chairperson, that following the departure of the Icasa chairperson in June last year, the position remains vacant. Last Thursday, in the parliamentary question and answer session, President Ramaphosa alluded to the discrepancies in which public entities are governed. The president acknowledged that a lack of uniformity in the governance of state-owned entities was a hindrance to accountability. We could not agree more. Millions of state funds are spent on failing state entities with very little mechanisms for oversight or consequence management for delinquent administrators. Honorable Chairperson, on dispute resolution, the proposed framework states that where a chairperson or councillor is dissatisfied with the decision of the evaluation panel, they may request to review of the matter by the National Assembly in writing. Wheels turn very slowly in this parliament, as we have seen in the appointment of the SABC board. The Portfolio Committee on Communications is already overstretched, and calls by the DA to increase the frequency of our meetings have fallen on deaf ears. At the pace that the committee works, the turnaround time on dispute resolution could pose as a hindrance to the workings of the authority. The DA believes that another alternative layer of recourse should be created to the proposed dispute process. We welcome the inclusion of representatives of civil society or academia into as an attempt to ensure that people's voices are heard. Chairperson, it is very concerning that this PMS is amends the system approved by the National Assembly in 2012, which expired in 2014. The DA is pleased that the process into the finalization of the PMS system for Icasa councillors is reaching finality, and hope better care will be taken to ensure that the amendment of this PMS is implemented without fail before the next 3 years, which remains before its review. In welcoming the PMS, the DA also appreciates the proposed timelines on the frequency of the appraisal so that it does not become another administrative burden on the councillors, defocusing the core functions of the councillors. As I conclude, Chairperson, we call on the new Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies to take this House and the nation into his confidence and tell us when he will appoint the Chairperson of Icasa to replace the Chairperson that left last year, June. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcomes the report by the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, which has proposed a review of Icasa's performance management system. Icasa is a critical institution in the regulation of broadcast and radio services in South Africa, and therefore it is critical to ensure that its chairperson, councillors and leadership structure is held accountable to the objectives set for the regulator. The inefficiencies that resulted due to the expiration of the previous framework for the performance management system in 2014 have been dire and reflective of the slow pace of Icasa to resolve critical issues. Since the expiration of the framework, there have been blurred lines of accountability, which resulted in the undue influence of the minister with whom performance agreements were then signed, and a lack of clear process to appoint an evaluation panel to name but a few challenges. Icasa has therefore stalled in its work, including the issuing of licenses for spectrum in an equitable manner which would break the duopoly of MTN and Vodacom in the sector. Irregular issuing of radio licenses to deregistered companies and profit-seeking entities that do not comply with licensing agreements. Under this regime of an expired performance management system, chairpersons and councillors of Icasa have presided over the dominance of private sector interest in the broadcast and marketing space. Notably, after the EFF had long identified it, findings were made that MultiChoice holds a significant and disproportionate market power in broadcasting sector in the form of exclusive contracts, monopoly rights over content, and the parasitic right to carry regulations in which MultiChoice exploited the content of the national broadcaster. Oversight over performance must be meaningful and include ensuring transformation in the broadcast, radio, and marketing sector, and the performance of the chairperson and councillors of Icasa must be measured against this. The EFF therefore supports the report. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Icasa plays a vital role in our communications as a country, from radio to television and digital. It is an important entity that is vital for communication access to information and education to citizens. The release of the spectrum is a key project that Icasa, along with the department, has been implementing. Spectrum is a key to driving data costs down and helping to drive the South African economy. We remain hopeful that the exorbitant cost of data in our country will drop faster than the conservative estimate of the National Treasury in saying it would merely be as much as 25% over the next 3 years. But the reality is that we do not have 3 years to rescue our economy and provide relief to struggling South Africans. In March 2022, Icasa completed the auction of the spectrum, which was a huge step towards digital migration. But this is not enough. As the IFP, we call for urgent action by Icasa on the matter. The point of departure in the establishment of the performance management system of Icasa is based on the following fundamental principles: independence, transparency, and public interest. As the IFP, we would like to highlight that the establishment of the PMS of Icasa amends the one which was approved by the National Assembly in 2012, which expired in 2014, and it further addresses the challenges faced then, which resulted in the system expiring without being successfully implemented. It has taken just under a decade for this framework to reach this point. This is disappointing, to say the least. Why did the Minister of Communication and the Icasa Council allow such a long delay to continue unchallenged? As the IFP, we believe that all the steps required for the framework, such as the appointment of the retired judge, do not need over 7 years to be implemented. Why has there been little to no transparency in the process? The performance management system is to ensure that the performance of the chairperson and other councillors of Icasa is monitored and evaluated, and that the authority performs following set goals and targets as contained in both the strategic plan and annual performance plan, as well as to integrate individual performance with organizational performance, with the objectives to ensuring that individuals achieve organizational objectives and targets, thus rewarding good performance on one hand and correcting poor performance on the other. It is also seeks to target improvements when non-performance occurs, or corrective measures will be introduced as recommended by the National Assembly. The report states that on the 8th of November 2022, the committee met to review the performance management system framework and received legal advice.
Honorable members, time has expired.
Deliberated,
Thank you.
adopted, and revised.
Thank you,
framework.
Honorable
The report
Majosi, your
makes
time has
finding of
expired.
any objectives.
Honorable Majosi.
We accept the
Honorable
report.
Majosi, just stand back. Honorable Majosi, please stand back on your podium. You are not far from me. I've indicated that your time has expired. You continued. Please don't do that next time. Thank you. Praise front.
Thank you, House Chairperson. She was just utilizing my time because we don't have a declaration. Thank you.
No declaration. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, Icasa is an independent authority to regulate broadcasting in the public interest and to ensure fairness and a diversity of views broadly represented South African society. Now, it accounts to the Minister and to the National Assembly. So the National Assembly plays a very important role through the Portfolio Committee in exercising oversight. And that is why this performance management system and the report about it is so important. Regrettably, the previous report, the previous framework expired in 2012, which was set out in 2012, expired in 2014, and it wasn't at that stage successfully implemented. So whilst the ACDP supports this performance management system, we really trust that it will be successfully implemented, given the many challenges facing Icasa. Now, one of the areas that Icasa really needs to attend to, and that is that there are a number of complaints, including from the SABC, that Centec is manipulating or engaging in anti-competitive behavior. And Icasa needs to urgently look at the inquiry into this and to regulate those transmission services. It is very important in our view that any anti-competitive pricing behavior that is being done or committed by Centec is investigated by Icasa. And one trusts that this performance management system will enable the councillors to step up to the plate. One is concerned about the chair still being vacant, but the ACDP supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM, ATM, good.
We have no declaration, Chair.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party notes the report and will support the report. But having said that, Chairperson, that the National Freedom Party is satisfied that all due processes have been dealt with, that the necessary time frame, the hearings, the portfolio committee, of course, has dealt with this and deliberated on this matter. And of course, we also are aware that not all political parties support this based on the report of the portfolio committee on communication. However, we believe that in the interest of the community, the South Africans at large, particularly when we deal with issues or matters of appeal and things. And we also know that the Sassa itself has serious challenges with applications, with corruption, and corruption not only with those working in Sassa, but also people on the ground, that some of them actually, apply with false information and things. So it clearly calls for an appeal board to be able to interrogate this extensively, to be able to identify or establish that those that are making the necessary applications and believe that they've been unduly turned down are actually a suitable beneficiaries and should actually benefit. We are quite satisfied that the composition of recommended candidates and things have also been dealt with accordingly, and we have no objection to this. The National Freedom Party will support. Thank you.
Thank you. Independent Congress. Hope. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Icasa has got a very good track record of freeing the airwaves, but they are slipping up in the villages. We work in over 50 villages, and there are so many barriers to entry for them also to get their frequencies, and they've got to rely on online radio. Also, Honorable Chair, when it comes to constituency work by members, honorable members of parliament, you find community radio stations are not very cooperative because of the policies of Icasa. How can we take parliament to the people? How can we take parliament to the villages if the community radio stations in the surrounding areas don't give members of parliament access? I can understand that there could be a conflict with regard to different political parties, but we are only doing our job to take parliament to the people. So we hope that Icasa will change their policies, number one, so that there can be more frequencies given to villages, and secondly, that honorable members of parliament must have better access to the radio stations to take parliament to the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The African National Congress.
Yeah, thanks, House Chair. Ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Almost a week ago, on the 8th of this month, we joined the global community in celebrating International Women's Day, Malibongwe. This is the day that signifies the resilience of women of the early 20th century, who joined the universal female suffrage movement and various labor movements in North America and Europe to wage a struggle against women oppression in the workplace, call for the reduced working hours and a better pay and voting rights. We are inspired by the UN organization which coined their theme for this year, Digital Innovation Technology for Gender Equality, shining a light on the fact that while the world becomes more advanced and digitalized, 37% of women do not use internet. 259 million fewer women have access to internet than men, even though they account for nearly half of the world population. If women are unable to access the internet and do not feel safe online, this therefore means that they will not be able to develop the necessary digital skills to engage in a digital space. Research estimates that by 2050, 75% of jobs will be related to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics areas. Yet today, women hold just 22% of positions in artificial intelligence, to name just but one. The African National Congress implores on the government to continue to drive initiatives to transform the ICT sector and make it more inclusive to ensure that no one is left behind, particularly the historically marginalized groups in our society, women, youth, persons with disabilities, amongst others. The Independent Communications Authority of South Africa has an important role to play. The Constitution empowers them for the regulation of broadcasting in the public interest and to ensure fairness and diversity of views broadly representing South African society. We are encouraged by the work that has been carried out by the authority as it relates to long-awaited release of high demand spectrum, which took place last year, generating 14 billion towards the national fiscus. The licensing of high demand spectrum is one of the critical components towards the deployment of digital infrastructure, as well as building an inclusive digital society, with the goal of ensuring that all South Africans participate meaningfully in the opportunities emanating from the fourth industrial revolution. We are also welcome the strides made by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and the Competition Commission towards reducing the cost of communication. Although we did not see significant reductions in data costs previously, we are, however, optimistic that phase 2 of IMT spectrum licensing will open room to negotiate for further reduction of data prices, as well as contribute towards achieving the capabilities and requirements of IMT 2020 system and beyond the deployment of the 5th generation 5G networks in order to achieve South African Connect targets. Licensing the low and mid frequency bands within the designated frequency ranges is also to increase nationwide broadband access to all citizens by 2025, including the most rural and peripheral part of the country. Honorable Chair, the following are some of the factors underpinning the Icasa Performance Management System report that is tabled before this House. Icasa is an independent juristic person and subject only to the Constitution and the law as contemplated in Section 3.3 of the Act. Icasa operates on a principle of collective decision-making. This means that PMS must seek to evaluate the performance of each councillor within the context of the council as a whole. This principle is further strengthened by Section 3.2, read with Section 4.4 of the Act, which emphasizes the centrality of collective decision-making by the council in executing its function. In light of this, the purpose of PMS is to ensure that performance of chairperson, individual councillors, and council of Icasa as a whole is monitored and evaluated, and that the authority performs in accordance with the set goals and targets as contained in the approved strategic plan and annual performance plan. The other purpose is to integrate individual performance with organizational performance and objectives of ensuring that individuals achieve organizational objectives and targets. This rewarding good performance on one hand and providing corrective measures on poor performance on the other. The PMS framework amends the one which was approved by National Assembly in 2012, which expired in 2014. It further addresses the challenge faced in the results of the system expiring without being implemented. Furthermore, as the ANC, we are confident that this performance management system with its proposed amendments will help the authority to identify areas of improvement, help in determination of the retention of councillors, help to determine who get incentivized as well, help with the determining of the succession of councillors. The African National Congress therefore supports this report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Is the new chief whip? What happened to Honorable?
Are there any
Majority?
objections? No objections. The report is agreed to. Thank you. The sixth order, the secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of portfolio committee on social development on list of recommended candidates to serve on the Independent Tribunal for social assistance appeals.
Thank you. The Honorable Mvana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me rather first remind the honorable members that this month is a Human Rights Month. So South Africa is commemorating under the theme that says consolidating and sustaining human rights culture into the future. Human rights deals with restoring human's dignity and in line with the right of bill. Everybody has the right to equal protection. That is why social development decided to put and table this report during this month. Last year, during November month, the portfolio committee held a joint meeting with health and social services who service on the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals. This was in line with Section 18 of the Social Assistance Act of 2004. That states the minister must, after consultation with the Parliament, appoints an independent tribunal comprised of appropriately qualified persons, as may be prescribed to serve as members of the Independent Tribunal to consider appeals against decision of the agency. The joint meeting was then presented by the Department of SOCDEV with a list of candidates that were divided into two. The categories were legal practitioners and the other second category was medical practitioners. They had the brief summary and present themselves with their qualification and work experience as per specified requirements in accordance with the 2022 appeal regulation for these professionals. The Independent Tribunal has a very important mandate to consider appeals by applicants who disagree with the decision of Sassa with regard to the application for social assistance, which we know that we are faced with many appeals and people are not satisfied sometimes on how and when they get the grant. If an applicant or beneficiary disagrees with the decision of the agency in relation to an application for social assistance, that person or person acting on his or her behalf may within 90 days of the decision being made, lodge a written appeal with the Independent Tribunal in the prescribed manner. It's so important to such an extent that it will give a right and protect people of South Africa. The Act empowers the Independent Tribunal to, upon receipt of an appeal, request Sassa to provide the reasons and all relevant records which informed its decision to the tribunal. The tribunal must, upon receipt of these reasons and all relevant records from the Sassa, they consider the appeal. Members of the tribunal need to act openly, fairly, and impatiently during their assessment of all documentary evidence and may confirm. They are not just going to deal willy-nilly, but will have to prove with documents that will be presented in the tribunal. And it will vary or set aside the decision of Sassa or make any other decision which is just. As a joint meeting that was held during November, as I have said, we were satisfied with the recommended candidates and believe that they will execute their work in a professional manner as per the above mentioned stipulation act. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The work of the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals is critically important, and its role in the social assistance space is appreciated. Having both medical and legal practitioners as members of the tribunal, and the fact that the tribunal is independent and also assists in the appeals are handled by suitably qualified professionals, although it would be beneficial to have an increased provincial representation in the tribunal as well as representation from people with disabilities. In the spirit of putting the needs of the interests of applicants in the forefront, the initial application process must be strengthened so that less time is wasted on appeals that might not even be approved in the long run. The presentation made to the Portfolio Committee on the 30th of November 2022 painted an encouraging picture for social assistance applicants. However, the initial application stages remain of grave concern to us. The DA continues to be inundated with complaints from social grant applicants that aren't able to access Sassa to clarify issues about their applications. The Democratic Alliance conducted a study late last year, which confirmed that only 4 out of 212 Sassa offices around the country actually answered their phones. The same study revealed that the Sassa website was outdated and only had a few numbers of local offices in the Western Cape and Limpopo. This state of affairs does not augur well for desperate applicants. They cannot afford to wait for 90 days to hear whether their appeals have been successful or not. The point of first application has to have robust systems to filter out those who do not qualify and assess those who are within the means test thresholds. Unfortunately, the current system does not comply with this ideal. In fact, the Auditor General of South Africa referred to Sassa grants payment system as outdated, the databases they are using as limited, and verification controls as inadequate. Chairperson, it is outrageous that this is a system used to make decisions on poor, vulnerable, and desperate applicants' livelihoods. The communication about the appeals process seems to exclude applicants without internet access. This, which is tantamount, in fact, to secondary exclusion and even disqualification, as these would-be appellants are not even aware of their opportunity to appeal. So we have 2 problems here, Chairperson, that create barriers, a communications problem. It is the Department of Social Development's responsibility to ensure that these barriers are eradicated. The tribunal's effectiveness would even be better if the Sassa grant payment ecosystem was more efficient and effective in the way it deals with applications, as efficient screening and assessing of applications would lead to less appeals and quicker turnaround times. The Democratic Alliance has continuously called for Sassa systems to be improved, for communications with the social grants community to be targeted and timeous, and for Sassa's offices to be accessible. This seems to have fallen on deaf ears, judging from the recent calls by members of this very portfolio committee that Sassa must open communication lines with its clients. However, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the recommended candidates to serve on the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The EFF.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the Portfolio Committee on Social Development's report on list of recommended candidates to serve on the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals. First, the whole idea of a tribunal in its current form is flawed and will not work. Between April and 30 September last year, we had more than 90,000 social assistance applicants rejected. According to the regulatory framework, all appeals must be resolved in 90 days. Given millions of applicants for social relief grant, there is no capacity to adjudicate in all these matters. Last year, we were told that by June, there was millions of appeals that were supposed to be cleared. Secondly, there is a doctor who was part of Sassa administrators who was arrested for recruiting non-disabled people to apply for disability grants. Sassa is failing to vet medical officers, and this is another reason why we as a committee, we should have to insist on a certificate of good standing for bodies such as Legal Practice Council to avoid these such things. Doctors are forced to do assessment in very confined spaces, in clinics, without a clear plan on how to ensure dignity of those who are assessed. Some clinics do not have ramps, and instead, doctors do not want to be part of assessors. People living with disabilities continue to be ignored by this tribunal. We see these appointments of members of this tribunal as nothing but misguided application of cadre deployment. Lastly, the so-called online system is not accessible and is frequently out of service or is down. The EFF rejects the recommendations of this committee, and that's why on the 20th of March, we will go for a national shutdown in the country.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, we are asked today to consider names of persons to serve on an independent tribunal for social assistance appeals. But before we get there, it would be remiss of me not to reflect on the current state of Sassa. Sassa is in deep distress, failing the most vulnerable, and is in desperate need of a shake-up. Every day at the crack of dawn, many vulnerable citizens rise to use their last bit of money to travel to Sassa offices, only to find these offices offline. These are the vulnerable citizens who cannot access online services because they cannot afford data or simply don't have the know-how how to use these services. These are the vulnerable citizens who, when they phone the Inanda Sassa office or the Durban Sassa office or the Pietermaritzburg or Richards Bay office, will find their calls going unanswered. In fact, the IFP has highlighted time and time again that Sassa is not reachable. The IFP has also received several reports of pensioners who have not been paid for months. We have also received desperate pleas from citizens of distress grant has received a single payment. The IFP had also hoped that the much lauded queue management and appointment systems would solve the queuing crisis at Sassa. However, it's clear that it's not working as beneficiaries still queue overnight or sleep on pavements outside offices to avoid being turned away. And instead of helping to resolve these issues, the Post Bank continues to cause one crisis after another. Branches often run out of money to pay grant recipients, while reoccurring technical glitches lead to non-payment of grants. Now the Post Bank tells us that they've resolved their issues, but what assurances do we have that it's a permanent fix? Then there are fraudsters working with corrupt officials who continue to bleed monies from Sassa meant for the poor. And the Department of Social Development seems unable to stop this routine practice. It is the IFP's hope that all those appointed to the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals will serve to ensure justice for the poor. May they always put the best interests of the most vulnerable citizens first. However, we didn't have a hand in recommending these individuals, nor do we know whether they're fit for purpose, and nor do we know whether they'll put the best interests of our vulnerable citizens first. And so we as the IFP will be abstaining from this vote. Finally, we call on Minister Zulu to ensure once more, as a matter of urgency, that she reboots and rebuilds Sassa. We don't only need a tribunal, we need a fixed Sassa that is reachable and accessible to the most vulnerable citizens in our society. I thank you.
Thank you. Vryheidsfront.
Thank you, Chairperson. When compiling a list of names for an independent tribunal, it is always important to ensure that such people are not only available for said position, but it also requires the necessary knowledge and, most importantly, have the interest in the field of said tribunal. Maatskaplike ontwikkeling, veral Sassa, het te maak met die mees kwesbare in ons samelewing. Ons het nodig om te verseker dat hulle nie uitgebuit word nie. Ons het ook nodig om te verseker dat sou daar rede tot verskil tussen so 'n persoon en Sassa ontstaan, dat daar 'n tribunaal daar gestel word wat bevoeg sal wees om die versoek met die nodige deernis en begrip van die situasie te kan hanteer. Die kandidaate wat voorgestel is om deel uit te maak van die tribunaal, kom uit verskeie oorde en reg oor Suid-Afrika. Hulle het op verskeie platforms in die privaat, sowel as die openbare sektor hul vaardighede beproef. Dit is natuurlik die ideaal. These last few years, the agency has been plagued by a number of issues. The appeals process was not missed by these troubles. With competent people at the helm of a tribunal, I hope that most of the most vulnerable's needs will be met. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP shares the concerns of other speakers about the deplorable state of Sassa and particularly the struggles that many vulnerable citizens are faced with when one considers overnight queuing, when one considers pensions not being paid, when one considers issues with the Post Bank, and when one considers that almost 90,000 applications have been rejected, then yes, one does need a very competent independent tribunal for social assistance. And so in that regard, the ACDP supports the appointment, but the question is, to what degree will the necessary capacity be given to deal with all these appeals? So the ACDP, from that perspective, is very concerned that the delays, when it is required that 90 days should be taken for the consideration of these appeals, that they won't be considered in that time and that there is insufficient capacity. From that perspective, we believe that additional capacity must be given and that these queues, the system of queue management has to be addressed. It is absolutely disgraceful to see our pensioners waiting overnight or other social grant recipients waiting overnight in long queues. So let's take hands together to address that issue. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM, ATM, good. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me first of all to apologize. That's why I say sometimes, Chairperson, the virtual platform can have its negative side to it. While I'm trying to attend to 3 different things, I think I was addressing the wrong report earlier on today. However, on the issue of the one before us, I think it is quite clear that Sassa does has challenges, particularly in terms of timeous application responses, where people generally complain because of the period of time they wait for a response. Some of them don't get through. But also we must remember and be mindful of the fact that Sassa picked up a serious problem, because during the days of COVID, and we all know the problems we have with IT systems as well, particularly when they are to go via CETA, and Home Affairs has exactly the same problem. So a lot of work was put onto the, those of Sassa, which they were not used to, which they were not expecting, which they did not provide for, which they did not fund for, they did not capacitate people. And so they were just thrown with this, and they had to deal with it. And there are lots and lots of it. So I think the attempt and the identification of legal practitioners and medical practitioners, it might not suit all of us, because some of the names here might not be somebody that we know. But I think it is in the best interest of the department and also all those that are looking for social assistance in the country. And I think we must welcome it. We must support them. But very importantly, we must also listen to these departments. What are the challenges that they face, and how we as public representatives can put them to solve those problems so that they can provide better quality. We must remember the good, and of course, relevance for many is based on attacking, and I don't necessarily agree with it. So the National Freedom Party will support the report on the candidate of the Independent Tribunal. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Independent Congress. Cope. PAC. Al-Jama.
Yes, Honorable Chair, once the tribunal is appointed, I'm sure that they will get down to work and they will be able to address the concerns honorable members has raised with regard to the 90,000 people whose applications have been rejected. I think we must give the tribunal opportunity to do its work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The African National Congress.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. One of the most valuable attributes of our democratic systems and its institutions is that it is one that thrives on justice and fairness. This is seen particularly in how government and its entities take seriously the processes that interface with discontent and dissatisfaction that may stem from South Africans' experience with the public sector, amongst other things, and seeks to resolve this in a way that is transparent, fair, and ethical. A very significant part of the Independent Tribunal's mandate is to hear appeals from applicants who disagree with Sassa's judgment about their social assistance application. The African National Congress notes that on the 30th of November 2022, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development and Select Committee on Health and Social Services met jointly to discuss a list of applicants the Minister of Social Development had suggested serve on the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeal. This is in accordance with Section 18 of the Social Assistance Act of 2004, which states, I quote, "The minister shall, after consultation with Parliament, appoint an independent tribunal to hear appeals against decisions of the agency, which shall consist of appropriately qualified persons as may be prescribed." Close quote. The African National Congress remains committed to protecting the rights of those who may believe that they are discriminated against by the system, and in line with our commitment to South Africa and its people, we reiterate our commitment to this process, and most importantly, the necessity for this process in our systems. Regarding the selected candidates, we believe that they will execute their work in a professional manner, guided by principles of justice and equality, and that they will be serving with determination and commitment to the principles of non-racialism, non-sexism, and a commitment to building a prospering nation. The African National Congress supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I now put the question. The question before the House is that the list of recommended candidates to serve on the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals, as it appears in the report of the committee, be agreed to. Are there any objections? None. The report is agreed to. Thank you. We now come to the motions without notice. Does any member of the African National Congress wish to give a motion without notice?
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House, one, notes with deep sadness the passing of ANC MP Morentia Natalie Gillian on Tuesday afternoon, the 28th of February, during a members training workshop in the Cape Town City Lodge. Two, further note that she represented the Western Cape Province in the NCOP and served as the chairperson in the Select Committee of Health, Social Service, and she also served as a member on the Select Committee of Education, Technology, Sports, Arts, and Culture. Three, understand that she was executive mayor of the Overberg District Municipality between 2006 and 2010. Four, further understand that she serves as a member of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament from 2014 to 2019. Five, acknowledge that within the ANC, she served as the party's provincial deputy secretary from 2011 to 2015, and as the party's provincial treasurer from 2015 to 2019. Six, further acknowledge that she serves a community and organization with dedication and loyalty. And seven, conveys our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and her party, the African National Congress.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? Motion agreed to. The DA? The DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, one, notes with shock that the Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pagla, confirmed that at least 4 persons had died by the 9th of March 2023 as a direct result of the ongoing protests by public servants who are members of the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union, NAHAWU. 2, further notes that NAHAWU and several other public sector unions have been locked in a protracted wage dispute within the government and have embarked on an increasingly violent, indefinite strike at public healthcare and other government facilities since Monday, the 6th of in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Free State, and Western Cape have been particularly badly affected, where striking public servants have forced non-striking colleagues to abandon their posts, barred non-striking colleagues from entering their places of work, left patients in hospitals unattended, attacked a private ambulance transporting an injured child in critical condition, and assaulted paramedics, amongst other transgressions. 4, acknowledges that although every South African has the right to protest, the engagement in criminal activity within the vicinity of healthcare facilities, the threatening of non-striking colleagues, and the putting of patients' lives at risk by striking public servants is unacceptable behavior and should be condemned at the strongest of terms. 5, calls on NAHAWU to stop their members from engaging in the violent, criminal, and harming activities during the strike. 6, further calls on law enforcement agencies to act swiftly to arrest and detain public servants and any other persons who found engaged in criminal activity within the vicinity of health facilities. And 7, further calls on NAHAWU and the government's negotiations to return to the negotiation table as a matter of urgency to resolve the wage impasses. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? None. Motion agreed to. The EFF. EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes that today marks 140 years since the passing of the great philosopher and thinker Karl Marx, who passed away in London in the United Kingdom. 2, acknowledges that Karl Marx's contribution and philosophy reverberated throughout the universe and still continues, and that he gave the world a gift with which to stand up against the exploitation of capitalism as it will self-destruct. 3, recognize that it is impossible to lay any intelligible claim about the economic systems of modern capitalism without quoting Karl Marx, as he remains the most influential socialist thinker in the world since the publication of the Communist Manifesto. 4, calls on all progressive activists to continue to use Karl Marx's ideas to understand the daily struggles of our people in our pursuit for true human freedom and an equal society. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? None. Motion agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows with deep sadness the untimely passing of the Free State Education MEC, Mr. Ted Mahwe, and his protector, Warrant Officer William D., in a horrific car crash on N1 outside Windberg on Sunday, 5 March 2023. Further knows that their driver, Pulen Kopane, survived and was rushed to Windberg Hospital. Their vehicle had collided with 3 stray cows. Remembers Mr. Mahwe as a trailblazer who served his people and his country with utmost distinction in all areas of his deployment, especially in the education sector. Further remembers that under his leadership, the Department of Education had included chartered accountants, economists, and engineers to assist township and rural schools. Recalls that he made headlines this year after the Free State clinched the #1 spot in the metric results for the 4th consecutive year. Believes his passing is an insurmountable loss to the education sector because he was simply the best. Conveys his condolences to the family and his family and the family of his protector, Warrant William D., and also wishes Pulen Kopane, who is in a critical condition, a speedy recovery.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Motion agreed to. Inkatha Freedom Party.
On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I move that the House celebrates this South African archers at the championship achieved outstanding feats by breaking and now holding 13 world records. This remarkable achievement are a testament to the caliber and diversity of South African archers and their management team. President of SANIFA, Mr. Petrus van Breda, and team manager, Mr. Pierre van der Merwe, urges government through the auspices of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to financially support our national teams who are currently entirely self-funded by private sponsorships and their respective sporting association. Acknowledges that without such private and self-funded financial support, the South African National Protea Field Archery team would find themselves in the same position as many other national teams, unable to participate in events due to lack of funding. Further acknowledges that greater government financial support or ability to find sufficient private sponsorship inhibits world-class South African sports person from competing internationally. Encourages the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to allocate unique budget enabling world-class South African sports person to showcase their talent and at international competition. Notes that such funding could also be utilized to provide up-and-coming sportsmen and women with equipment and training by world champions, further capacitating them to excel in their respective fields. Concludes by joining the congratulatory celebration of the South African archery team remarkable achievement and encouraging the government to continue investing in the development of world-class sports person in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections to the motion? None. Motion agreed to. Vrij Front.
Thank you, Voorzitter. I hereby move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House notes that on the 6th of March 2023 at the Bay Hotel in Cape Town, the Management Committee Citadel hosted their annual charity gala dinner with a performance by well-known international artist Ronan Keating and supported by the South African iconic sportsman Gary Player to the benefit of South African children. Further notes that the charity auction was facilitated by former Springbok captain John de Villiers after a performative effort to make a difference, that the importance of responsible giving has never been higher and a tangible impact is more sustainable than one-off giving. Acknowledges that the auction raised over 2.1 million rand, of which the proceeds will be managed and distributed by the Citadel Philanthropy Foundation, and the benefits are the Red Cross War Memorial Children's Hospital in Cape Town and the Blair Athol Pre-Primary School in Johannesburg. Also notes that more than 7 million rand has been raised at the start of this project in 2018. That the House acknowledges that the achievement of philanthropic projects like this and the courage of those involved to lean into difficult conversations rather than shy away from them, and that bravery to stare adversity in the face with a significant response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The African National Congress. It could be the ANC. The African National Congress.
Thank you, Chairperson. Motion without notice. This motion is about Siabonga Stengana, converted 40 dam sites and green and event spaces for public use. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House number 1 notes that Siabonga Stengana converts illegal dumping sites into recreational spots around townships in Western Cape. 2 understands that the 33-year-old started with small projects in the township of Ndekweni after he lost his job at the beginning of the national lockdown. 3 further understands that without any sponsorship, Stengana has managed to convert almost 40 sites by cleaning and converting them into recreational spots for relaxation. Number 4, believes that Stengana targets illegal dumping sites near schools, residential areas, taxi ranks, and any illegal dump site and turns them into recreational areas such as parks, general spaces for events and gardens. 5, commends and thanks Siabonga for taking this initiative in helping to transform his community. And the last one urges those who wish to help him continue his good work to assist in any way possible. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the ACDP, I move without notice that the House notes the significant achievement of Richmond High School under the leadership of Principal John Venn, and notes that the school improved from a 50% pass rate in 2021 to an 83% pass rate in 2022. Further notes that this achievement was made possible by the support and dedication of its teachers and the support of the wider community. Congratulates Richmond High School for this incredible achievement and for flying the flag of the Northern Cape so high. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. UDM, ATM, the DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that 4-year-old Langalam Viki sadly drowned and tragically died after falling in a pit toilet at a primary school in Grand Clay in the Eastern Cape. Acknowledges that there's an urgent need to eradicate pit toilets at schools across the country. Recalls that the National Education Infrastructure Management System reported in 2021 that more than 5,000 schools were still forced to use pit toilets, while almost 6,000 schools do not have reliable water supply. Further recalls that the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape disgracefully returned over 100 million that was meant to eradicate pit toilets and dilapidation middle school children try to survive dying in a pit toilet every day of their school life. Calls on the Department of Basic Education to urgently prioritize the eradication of these deadly pit toilets at schools so that Langalam Viki, Michael Komapi, and many of our children who have been victims of these pit toilets don't die in vain. Conveys its sincere condolences to the family of Langalam Viki, anga umphefumlo wakhe angaphumla ngoxolo, nomoya kaThixo athumalelise inhliziyo zefamily yakhe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The EFF. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House, one, notes the decision of Dentsu, the fifth largest international advertising and marketing agency, which represents big brands such as Absa, Heineken, Pep, and H&M, to spend 30% of out-of-home advertising on Black-owned media businesses. Two, Dentsu spends over 300 million on out-of-home advertising, which means that at least 90 million rand will be set aside for Black-owned media businesses, which is a step forward in the racial transformation of the marketing and advertising sector in South Africa. Three, recognize that out-of-home advertising is dominated by a few companies and big brands in South Africa are engaged in anti-Black racism. Recognize that paying more for white-owned billboards than they do for Black-owned billboards, regardless of location, is anti-Black racism. Five, call on Prime Media Outdoor, Network Outdoor, and others to follow the example of Dentsu and set aside a budget to spend on Black-owned businesses to transform the sector. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The African National Congress.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House, one, notes with deep pride that South African Police Service Special Task Force Unit was ranked 9th at the recent United Arab Emirates SWAT Challenge. Number two, further notes that SAPS STF took part in the annual 5-day SWAT challenge that featured 55th law enforcement agency teams from around the world. Number three, understands that the challenge assessed the tactical acumen, mental focus, and physical endurance of law enforcement agencies from across the world and was designed to promote the exchange of knowledge, expertise, and to strengthen the partnership to make communities safe. Number four, commends SAPS STF performance as in the world, we are number 9, but on the African continent, we are number 1, which is a huge achievement. And number 5, congratulates the Special Task Force on their success and thank them for flying the South African flag high. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Good. NFP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that the South African Youth Kung Fu team won first place in the first.
I suggest that you switch off your
African
camera.
Youth Kung Fu tournament that took
Please
place.
switch off your camera. Your network is not good. We now know the tie you're wearing and the shirt, but we want your voice.
Thank you, Chairperson. All right, let me jump. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes that the South African Youth Kung Fu team won the first place in the African Youth Kung Fu tournament that took place in Goodwood, Cape Town on the 4th and 5th of March 2023. Further notes that this African Youth Kung Fu tournament was hosted by none other than MJ Lee. Acknowledges that in addition to winning first place, the South African Youth Kung Fu team snapped up 21 goals. Recognize that Kung Fu champion MJ Lee has been working in underprivileged communities for a long period of time, identifying you to take up the sport. Further recognizes that this great initiative has yielded positive results, with many youth from underprivileged areas performing exceptionally well and bringing pride and joy to our beautiful country. Congratulates the South African youth Kung Fu team on their great success. Further congratulates and commends MJ Lee for his role in uplifting youth from disadvantaged communities and producing such great talent, and calls on the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to partner with the likes of MJ Lee to identify talent in our communities and, more importantly, uplift our communities through sports. I'm so moved.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The African National Congress.
Thanks, Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House, one, notes with sadness the passing of a veteran radio and TV presenter, Mark Pilgrim, after battling stage 4 lung cancer on Sunday, the 5th March 2023 at the age of 53. 2, further notes that Pilgrim was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer in March 2022, which he revealed in June had spread to his femur, the base of his spine and lymph nodes. 3, understand that the following his diagnosis, the radio presenter launched a YouTube video series chronicling his recovery journey. 4, further understand that Pilgrim was a presenter at Hot 102.7 FM from Monday to Saturday at the time of his death, and due to his recent health setbacks, he had to step away from the mic. 5, acknowledges that the father of 2 was diagnosed and beat aggressive stage 3 testicular cancer in 1988. And 6, the ANC conveys its deepest condolence to his family, friends, and industry peers. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Independent Congress. COPE. The African National Congress.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House, one, knows that when COVID-19 hit South Africa, the embroiderers and artists of Kiskama Art Project in the Eastern Cape hamlet of Hamburg found themselves locked down at home without any means of income. 2, further note that instead of sitting around wringing their hands, each teacher set to work on a piece of self-designed handwork that would eventually come together to become the people's incredible moving COVID-19 resilience tapestry, depicting the people of Hamburg's dogged will to survive in the face of unspeakable calamity. 3, understand that the COVID-19 resilience tapestry collected at Constitutional Hill, together with other such artworks, was made possible through corporate sponsorship from Holland, which is also commissioning a new large-scale embroidery from Kiskama artists. 4, acknowledges that the Kiskama artworks on display offer a vivid and nuanced snapshot of community-lived reality, ranging from ravages of HIV/AIDS shown in Kiskama Kumesa to Kiskama tapestry that tracks the country's troubled colonial and apartheid history, all reimagined from the perspective of these rural women's on-the-ground daily reality. And lastly, 5, wishes them all well on their future creative projects and much success on the Kiskama retrospective exhibition.
I thank you, Honorable Member. So yeah, about Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The DA,
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Nueva Secondary School was opened in January 1982 to address the learning needs of the growing Icasa population in Umasazaki and Graaff-Reinet. Acknowledges that the school, through partnerships between the learners, educators, and parents, managed to raise its national senior certificate pass rate from 52.3% in 2021 to 82.9% in 2022. Recalls that 87 out of the 105 grade 12 learners who wrote the NSC exams passed in 2022. Recognizes that Anati Massimini was the school's top learner in 2022 with 4 distinctions, and that Azola Baloda achieved 3 distinctions. Also recognizes that Mr. Badian Daniels developed and ran 4 intervention programs during school holidays, where learners stayed in the hostel and attended extra classes to prepare for the NSC exams. Remembers that the late Mr. Matthew Goniwe of the Craddock 4 headed up the mathematics and science department at the school from 1981 to 1983. Congratulates retired principal Zulile Malutana and his team of educators on this excellent result, and wishes Principal Zanuvoyo Mdingi, his team of educators, and the learners of the school continued success. I so move.
thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objection, agreed to. The PAC, Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa moves without notice that the House notes that the holy month of Ramadan will commence on the 23rd of March 2023, if we sight the moon in South Africa, and Muslims throughout the world will observe the fast during this month. Fasting Muslims will wake up at 4 o'clock to have their last bite and fast until sunset, up to 8 o'clock sometimes, and engage in prayers for 2 hours, mostly at the mosque, from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., a fast of up to 16 hours. Further understands that charity is mentioned in the Holy Quran many times, thus during the month of Ramadan, taking care of humanity and alleviating poverty is a central part of Islam. Further acknowledges Laylatul Qadr, a night of decree, an auspicious night in Ramadan, during which the first verses of the Quran were revealed, and when you pray, your sins are forgiven. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The African National Congress.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of the DSTV Premiership Club, Richards Bay Football Club soccer player Simba Mandla Mcholo, after the collapse during training of Tuesday, 7 2023.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
2, remembers that Ntolo has been with the Natal Rich Boys since 2020, after joining them from Motepe Foundation Championship Team Utongati. Recalls that he was captain of the squad when he sinclared the Glad African Championship, now known as Motepe Foundation Championship, and gained automatic promotion to the Premiership last year. Further recalls that the star midfielder's last game for Richards Bay was the one not defeated by Kaizer Chiefs on Saturday, 4 of March 2023, where he played the entire game at the King Zwelithini Stadium, and conveys its sincere condolences and heartfelt sorrow to his family, friends, his club, and the professional soccer fraternity during this difficult time. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. That concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the African National Congress wish to give a notice of motion?
Thanks, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the rapid technological changes, including the fourth industrial revolution, which is changing economies, society, politics, forms of organization, ways of thinking, and the battle of ideas, and it's in its unprecedented way. So I move.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the state of higher education in the Republic, including the number of applicants versus enrollment numbers, university and student funding, and student accommodation infrastructure, including the accommodation costs. I so move.
Thank you. The EFF. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House in the next meeting debate if school governing bodies should raise funds on school premises for the purposes of assisting struggling parents and schools with structural issues and day-to-day runnings. I so move.
Thank you. The African National Congress.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the strengthening of the women's movement and taking forward the gender agenda of 2030. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next opportunity goes to Icasa Freedom Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Icasa Freedom Party that at the next sitting, I shall move that the seat of this House, that this House debates the escalating debt owed by government departments
Faith Front.
Dankie, voorsitter. Ek stel voor namens die VF+ dat die huis met sy volgende byeenkoms artikel 235 van die Suid-Afrikaanse grondwet debatteer met spesifieke verwysing na die uitoefening van selfbeskikking op die terreine van basiese en hoër onderwys, sowel as in die plaaslike en provinsiale sfere van regering. Ek stel so voor.
Baie dankie, jy is heeltemal in die lig. The African National Congress.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting debate gender transformative training to address toxic masculinity in society, to address patriarchy and integrate positive masculinity. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ACDP that this House debates at its next sitting the role of services industries in growing the economy and improving living standards in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. The